are we all doing tonight? Hi. Wait. Yeah, okay. Anyway, hi. Hello, Verducci man. Hello, anybody who may or may not be watching. Hello. Oh my god. Tonight, I am going to be playing, or rather doing, literally anything other than Desert Bus. I played that game, I beat it, I got a point, and now we don't ever have to see that game again. I don't know, what... I feel like that stream had legs, kind of doing like a sort of like react sort of stream. I would just need to like maybe better prep for it if I were to do something like that again, which I don't know, maybe I could do something like that like at the end of the year, but not anytime soon. I could maybe potentially do something like that at the end of 2026, but I'm not currently planning anything. I don't really want to think about that right now. I want to think about the official US magazine issue 72 from September of 2003. Oh, the volume is, like, turned it down somewhat. Okay, good. I did finish the game last night. I did finish Desert Bus. I have mixed feelings about my ability to do that, but I did do it. I don't know. I don't know what I was really expecting to gain out of that, any sort of accomplishment, because there is probably no accomplishment to be had, thanks for the GGs, though. But, I don't know, I did it. I can say successfully that's a game... If nothing else, a game I beat in 2026. Also, Lunar, hopefully soon. But anyway, the official PlayStation magazine, US magazine, from September 2003. Just a recap, most of last week's stream was spent looking at the demo disc that corresponds with this issue. I loaded that up, saw some pretty interesting games. Saw Extreme G was really nice. There was what was that one game that was really interesting? It was a no, it wasn't a Chemco game. It was like some like kind of Prince of Persia-esque look, Prince of Persia-esque thing. Kind of Zelda-esque. Reminded me a lot of like what if Nintendo actually made like a more realistic looking Zelda, but in and around the time of the GameCube and the PS2. I forget what it was, but it looked actually pretty decent. Hello, Karumi. Do I take lots of road trips? I do, yeah. I've flown a couple of times. I've traveled a decent amount. But yeah, I take some road trips. Some I take to New York, some to Delaware. Even like Philadelphia, which is like 2 hours away. I don't know. If I'm going like somewhere further than like, I don't know, New England or somewhere like that, I'll usually just take a flight. I think like the longest I've ever been in a car was we went to Maine. I even flew down to Tennessee, which was I don't know, I probably could have caught like, I don't know, a bus or something, and it might have been cheaper, but it was fun. Anyway. We got Aria, right? Or, not Aria, Anna. Sorry, I keep forgetting your name, Anna. Oh no, there's no voice selected. Why? Ooh, English Philippines. I didn't even realize that was an option. There's Anna. Anyway, Beyond Good and Evil. I know that game. I don't know. Was that on the PS2? Is that what they're talking about? Because I don't remember that being, like, that old of a game. That it came out in 2003. Unless I'm thinking of something else.
A conspiracy between appearance and MJO theme, says Michelle de Eater. It's Satina V. The heroine is a okay rooted by a rebel B. John 10 investigates Sangi fact that people can be trolled by media, individuals also, to the game is P you'd expect, it's AGPF a metaphor, 5 mathable 8. Players any manifested in the side, CL Page, a pig-like beast who is active, very trustworthy and helpful. EEWSLLEAS.
Okay, I kind of understood what that was saying. Something about, like, video games controlling the media having the power to control people. I mean, obviously, yes, it does, and nefarious leaders do that all the time.
Also say, collecting game D most 3DALPEL Daxter of RV, very much, you need to collect objects. D Good and Evil is special LBE very storyline driven 4 Al explains. Unlike in other, tour games, the objective sound THRCH for YKIM FNOM1 JESOBVS. Airs.
Hold on, I'm gonna zoom in more.
Degree FBMP Oria.
See if I can, like, rescan this.
Conspiracy between appearance and IO theme, says Nishi. Eater. It's Satina the heroine is rooted by a rebel Ion 18 investigate JSERE fact that people can be trolled by media, section individuals also for the game.
Oh, this isn't the game I was thinking of.
A metaphor, equals Manipul.
What was I thinking of? It was like a horror game with like tarot cards or some shit. Until Dawn, I think is what I was thinking of. I get those games confused for some reason. I think it's having trouble because of the graphics.
You'd expect. It's a Lafa metaphor, S-Pool, 8. Players now manifested in the side page a pig-like beast who is actually very trustworthy and helpful.
Yeah, it's not like reading a lot of that. But yeah, this is when, I guess if you want to read... Actually... Let me just try now that it's like max zoomed in. Because it's... I'm pretty sure not reading that full thing.
Between app and theme, says it's a leader. It's set Ina the heroine is awarded by a rebel Ion 18 investigate SF oligarchy fact that people can be controlled by media, individuals.
Oh, or maybe it was, okay.
A new collecting game most 30 action game WN by Daxter or Ratchet and very much BYL Nido Call. Objects, Bay 0D and Evil is special or SE IDA storyline driven aim, ANC, unlike in other FS, objectives daily PNC tie. Sent P80s JD Sci PRS Cager copyright 04NVSE.
Yeah, I played a little bit of Beyond Good and Evil, I think, and I do like this game. I just can't really play it.
VPHTNGH, Asilla R1.
Anyway, what's this? Visionary
HTSR
something?
1 ARTPT has been described by some as the Miyamoto of France, but are you familiar with Michel Ancel? His most famous creation, Rayman, is much more successful than you'd expect, having sold me IES World.
They hadn't even made a Rayman for PS2 yet, did they?
That caught tension when
Oh
it
man,
was
a video game
unveiled at E3
rendition of Rayman would be
has
cool.
since turned into one of the most impressive PS2 GALY in development.
Oh, I guess there
And
was
sought
one
to
in
be time of
development.
his crazy schedule to clue us in on his thin D0 FSU Hatral philosophy for your game design.
Have I seen Godfather for...
Create the game. As per, it's incredibly rewarding WLE.
It was a planned shooter. They were planning a Godfather game for the Master System? I have not seen that. Has that, like, been dumped? That would be insane. I do know they were planning, I think, wasn't like the
And any advice for a ED6
Another World? Wasn't that planned to be a Godfather game?
Developers. Miyamoto is convinced that it's just the begin story. Todd,
Oh, only exists as a floppy disk containing images and also a video preview. I would want to see that. There were a surprising amount of attempts. I think there were a couple of attempts to bring Godfather to the video game. Eventually they did on the PS2.
Only 10% of TI and potential for games. If we can tap into 1 more percent, we can double the high J who are attracted to the experience. We are Ving GF Michigan as gamers and not enough as entertainers, you weren't in game design, what would you be doing? Making movies? With Rayman, we had contact with Hollywood PO_PLE about
I'm genuinely
movies,
surprised they never
TV
made
series,
a
all
Rayman
these
movie.
things. But to me, the things we can do
He was
with
kind of
video
big for a
games
little
are
while,
incredible
and then he
before
wasn't.
working in this industry. Think Ha done something. 9.
They probably missed the boat on making a Rayman movie now, but I don't know. Bring him back, he could do that.
LPE different from virtual things or entertainment. Earlier think I'd have been a teacher. FRE contact with people and children is very important for me. And
Oh, no.
is there a central theme that unites your games? We always try to add surprise to games. We surprise people by mixing things they know with some object very strange things. In all our games, we try to make strange creatures and other things appear okay so that the player doesn't know exactly what will happen next. When you already know what's going to happen in the story or what kind of creature you will meet next, you won't enjoy any of that feeling of surprise. 8. Speaking of surprise, did the success of Ding Your Rayman game surprise you at all? Ding It was very surprising.
Yeah, I think it was like Out of This World or Another World, as they called it in the UK. I think it was that one where it was like, it was The Godfather, but the idea was to have it like in the, like, 200 years in the future where there's like a future space mafia and you have to infiltrate them or some shit. It was weird.
OLWD World backed up by comp gameplay and content. The first RA,s that a successful game depends not issuing, but also on the depth of the GH play. Pairs will appreciate
Another World. Actually, could have been
fan of
Flashback.
Loud
I don't remember.
Oh, game
No, Another
designer,
World came
designer.
first. Flashback was a
But
sequel.
your games are. Would you say that your vision or Avena French feel to it? To be honest, wouldn't say French culture. Sometimes we are a bit uncle on what French culture actually is. When Weselfanger was looking at Indiana Jones and was looking at Japanese movies and Comey, but if you created, they do look different those coming out of the United States or Japan. I think for me, it's a mix. Think it's a connection.
I don't know,
between these two
Rayman
worlds.
definitely has a very European
Artists
feel to it,
sometimes
but I
very
can't
bizarre,
exactly
and
describe
they are
how.
doing such impressive EO
Maybe
day.
just in the way that
It's
it's
still there.
bullshit and I hate it.
It's
Sorry.
incredibly IR game worlds. We have chases where everything is exploding. And at the same time, we have very intimate sequences and very bizarre.
No, it's not that I
we are
hate
doing
it,
A
it's
very
just
natural mix.
A different
We didn't
gameplay
say
philosophy
we are doing very
to
typical French things,
American
though
developers,
that's
I
not
think.
being very honest.
Or at least that very... Or actually more so, they just held on to very antiquated game philosophies that we had and then got rid of. And honestly, we probably started. Or the Japanese, I don't know. I think they just, like, held... A lot of European devs just kind of held on to the idea of, like... Oh, if a game is hard, that means it's better value kind of mentality that Americans sort of gave up in, like, sort of the early to mid-90s. Once we kind of started to stop worrying and love the rental market.
What is this? Oh, Dead or Alive. Okay. Oh no, Dead. Oh, Resident Evil, Dead, something. Dead Aim. I've never even heard of this one, I don't think. But anyway, how about this? Hello, Arus.
5 yen P2 9 AE. SR, let's do a marathon. The Olympics have a habit of making heroes out of stars from dull and minor sports. Here in the United States, we celebrate people like gymnast Carrie Strubb. In the UK, they worship Sir Steve Redgrave, a rower. Japan's Olympic hero is Naoko Takahashi, and her reward for winning gold in the marathon at Sydney 3 years ago, aside from fame, endorsements, and a gold medal, is her very own game from Taito. Of course, marathons aren't the easiest sport to translate into games, being far too long for a track and field button mash and lacking any sort of navigational element to spice up running over 26.2 miles. So Taito has gone with a different, more creative approach. Let's Do a Marathon isn't about running marathons, but rather running a sports club that trains marathon runners. You control
It's a management
every
sim, I
aspect of the
see.
process, from finding a suitable base to building your club's facilities. A small dirt track is not likely to impress Ms. Takahashi, and then collect a solid stable of runners. In a classic case of, if you build it, they will come. Your facilities are key to attracting top runners and huge endorsement deals. You can also improve your existing IDOOOC Shurzy 33G staff with hard training sessions and let them loose on actual marathons throughout Japan. Now, here's where it gets exciting. While you watch your runners go through their paces on the track in glorious 3D, you grind your analog sticks to encourage them and cheer them on. And, of course, any prize money they earn goes straight to your pocket for the good of the collective. It's a communist thing, so you can train them even harder and build an even more swank club. After all, your final goal is to become filthy rich. Further business management Derby Stallion, various another Japan-only title, this puts you in the fascinating dual role of rich fat cat racehorse owner and manure-encrusted racehorse trainer. Aerobus, SNES surprisingly
Also, hello,
100%
Orc Raid.
Y-pelling airline management sim and spare EY totally undeserving of the mocking AANA place in this list may entail. Hey, Koei equals B sequel. Now, FL sent TT, let's make a Pro J-League soccer club. YSB, PS2 yes, let's. Pro official US. PlayStation Magazine Co.
I mean, that seems like it could be interesting. It's just like, I don't know, like a track and field management that seems, I don't know about that. I don't know. Like football, soccer, that makes sense, but anyway. I think it's just because, like, running or marathon running or whatever isn't really as big over here. How about, let's learn about babes and baddies. Oh my.
Well, years ago, EA released Agent Under Fire with the intention of it actually feeling like a Bond movie that wasn't actually based on a James Bond movie. With Nightfire last year, Pierce Brosnan's likeness was added, along with a generally improved cinematic style. As the next game to utilize the 007 license in such a way, Everything or Nothing evolves the series by casting Hollywood talent beyond the usual Bond crew we've come to expect. Check out the cast to the right.
Oh yeah, they were talking about this one
As if
earlier.
it's not enough that all character models resemble their respective actors, we also hear their voices, a notable first for Pierce.
Yeah. Again, I've never played Everything or Nothing, but the way that they describe it makes it sound a bit like From Russia with Love, which I think is a fantastic, very underrated Bond game. It's one that I really liked, kind of grew up with. Gossip, gossip. Oh my.
All kinds of good stuff this month, including some news that genuinely hope actually happens. Like this first story about the future of Lara Croft. Wouldn't it be awesome if this happened? Furyk, Sip Scan.
Lara Croft to christen... Wait. Lara Croft to... Oh, going to Crystal Dynamics? Oh, that didn't happen.
By the time you're reading this, I'm writing it in early July, you may. Have read news of something happening with Tomb Raider, but as we go to press, I'm hearing all kinds of rumors about what's
Well, it
going
didn't
to
go to
happen
Crystal
the
Dynamics, it went to IDOS.
Since Core messed
Which
it
I
up
think
with such
owns
gay
Crystal
abandon and
Dynamics, so
prompted every
in
critic
a sense,
the world
kind
to
of.
hammer the crap out of it, Michigan has been said about Core's abilities. Perhaps it's just wishful thinking, but there are some strong. Indications that IDOS will set up a team for the second episode of the F trilogy at Crystal D's offices. The new game will consistently use a variation of the engine used in End Defiance, which is gorgeous and rocks, but with all of the art assets developed at
Well, this was
Core for the
after
whole series.
the Angel
would
of
this
Darkness
leave
game
Core,
came out,
though?
right?
Right now, who cares? What was the last game they worked on that you actually liked? For me, it was Tomb Raider 2, and that was a long, long time ago.
Oh, wow.
Degree N goes to folks that got a kick out of last month's big cover game, Need for Speed Underground, will be thrilled to learn that it may be turned into an arcade machine.
Did that
Expect a
happen? I don't
variation or hybrid of
know. I
Underground
don't know if
and
they ever
Hot
made a
Pursuit,
Need for Speed
or
arcade
even
machine. They
wilder
could have.
graphics. Sounds cool to me. GPGEO with Xbox owners going absolutely GAGA, and rightly so, over BioWare's Star Wars
Gaga.
Knights of the Zero LD Republic. A number of you have emailed to ask me if it will ever come to PS2.
I don't think it did.
As far as no, it's a true Xbox and PC exclusive. LucasArts has been quiet about plans to port the game to PS2, and it's safe to assume that with the good reception the game is getting, Microsoft is keen to keep it exclusive. If it does come, it won't be for a year. Yeah.
What about Burnout? I'll just read this. On the The popular Burnout franchise is set to spawn a new game next year. Did it? Well, they made a couple of Burnout games. I don't know if they came out with one next year. Currently looking for more... something... Okay. Grand?
LA 4 GTA 4, is it online or not? Here have been all kinds of rumors lately about GIA's aids. The one
I
belief
don't
most
know
is
if
that it'll
GTA
be
4
at
ended
end
up
of
being
this year,
online. I don't
and
think
that it'll be
so.
Section 2. Line game. Watch this space. //.
13-2? Not Final Fantasy 13-2. That wouldn't have come out by this point, right?
Paras 7, or should that be AF equals Ubisoft's isn't out yet, but why talk of a sequel? But what to call it? XN? Zil 2? Expected to continue the story and take in a lot GF themes from the comic book.
Okay. And what's this? Game design and development. Okay. Sound station. What is this?
Sidwood 20 ITOW if we're 16 and clinically JD depressed AFI and had hacked me or somehow avoided raiding my cool uncle's CD collection for the Bauhaus albums, would say Sing the Sorrow is, like, the coolest album ever. But I'm not, so Sing strikes me as distinctively goth-like. Maybe a nice
Oh,
first
these
dip
are
into those
albums.
shadowy places
They did
filled with
album
pale
reviews.
people in high boots, but definitely in the shallow end of that murky pool. Part of this estimation is due to Davey Havoc's light tenor, which is not really dusky enough for me. At certain points, he sounds like
Sing
an
the
80s
Sorrow.
metal shrieker.
Is this the one with like all the hits on it? I gotta look. Was this the AFI album I've actually listened to? I've only listened to one. No. Oh, it is. Yeah. I love the review. It's just like, it's so trying to be cool and be just like, oh, this is emo trash. Ew, who would listen to AFI? AFI is fucking good. You're wrong.
And I'm AM Radio I've never heard of. Who are they?
AM radio. Radioactive AM radio plays slightly better than average power pop punk and tellingly remembers that an excellent secret ingredient for any power pop punk band is that slightly ragged edge of, well, most people would say angst, but it's more accurate to call it pathetic desperation. AM radio is just a bunch of crunchy guitar slinging, sad sax, and it works on track after track. from the breakup deluxe of If This Is the End to the sad, achy falsetto bravado of Cold Blue. They come across as pity date material, which is not so good to be, but not bad at all to listen to. Final score 9.
Final score. So 4... Wow, 4.5... Or was that... No, that's 3.5 stars. What did they give the AFI out? 3 stars. Okay. I mean, I guess it's above average, but also... It just has, like, the tinge of just, like... Ew, I don't like it because it's emo pop punk, and that's gross. Like, it's not at all even trying to be an objective review. Joe Budden? It almost looks like Biden, but Joe Budden. I've never heard of him.
Joe Budden gets scarily autobiographical on the aptly named 10dB Mints. It's 10 minutes long, you see, going on in detail about his life and times as a former drug user and son of a felon.
Oh, I know about this album.
Like being trapped at a poetry slam gone rancidly wrong, but it's head and shoulders the best thing here, and some of the most effective.
This is like a
rap I've
really
heard.
autobiographical
The rest of the
album.
album is
I
more
remember,
playful,
or that
sometimes
single
skating
specifically
right
is really
up to the edge of
autobiographical.
obnoxiousness. It's all good, but it's 10 minutes that makes me want to keep an eye on where Joe goes next. Final score T.
3.5 stars? Okay. Is this out of... Unless that's out of 4. I don't know. 2 stars for go-to. I think I've heard of them, and I've never really been a massive fan, so... I haven't listened to them much, though, so I can't really say too much.
Gob, Foot and Mouth Disease 3, tracks into F078 Foot.
I like the
YW.
album art.
Already V4 be thinking of mean ways poor equals to describe Gob's sound. Bland 182 was one, sub 41 another. Maybe these guys live a hard-edged life at home, but they sure sound like posers. Oh, Ellen is so puerile it sounds like what would happen if the members of low-rent boy band Dream Street decided to punk themselves up. This is a cheap swipe at Gob, but guarantee you, fans of Dream Street have reason to be upset.
Oh, it's
as
Gob,
well.
not Go-To.
Gob
And I've
gets
never heard of
worked up
them.
Once in a while, this evil world clicks, but too few times, too far between. Final score percent.
2 out of, I assume 5 stars. Or maybe it is 4 stars. None of these albums have gotten 5 stars, but... Yeah. The Roots. This is the highest album, I believe. This is the best scoring album on the page. And I do like The Roots. I'm kind of surprised they do, considering... Well... I don't know. They whatever.
The Roots, phonology smart, creative, funny, I soulful and sutras hard, IFO 0, phonology /X9 is more than equals I a damn fine album. It's a veritable smorgasbord of the entire rap genre, and beyond. Check out the slammin' 24 seconds of punk in 111,111%.
Am I thinking of a different
For me,
The Roots?
The Roots are at their best with a laid-back groove, like you get with the slithery Sacrifice, or with the sexy funk of The Seed.
Okay, it must be. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think The Roots ever went punk, but maybe they did.
To go back for Z seconds.
I'm not super familiar with
The
them.
Roots
I
only
know...
reach only once. With
The only
Georgie
Roots
May
I've
album
listened to is
Closer,
that album they did
something
with John
in the way
Legend
of
in, like,
things.
2010.
In town, pound everything else is tasty. Our final score are RBD5.
I've never listened to this, though. Maybe I need to. I probably do need to listen to more of The Roots. And that's it. That sucks. I wish they did more music reviews. I was enjoying that. I guess I'm glad that they did, like, that little, but... Oh, hell yeah. Come get your satisfy.
A-E _WM. In the third chapter of the Hack Saga, the world continues to deteriorate
Hack
as the virus
outbreak.
spreads
Never
out
heard
of
of that.
control and crosses the increasingly transient line separating the world and reality. As Kite, you must battle your way through the world before it implodes upon itself. In Part 3 of the Hack series, you are faced with the distinct possibility that this virus might be unstoppable, leaving the Hack Part 4 to be something developed by Mr. Naughton or Sam Antic. And still no internet fees involved.
Oh, is this an MMO of some kind?
Publisher Bandai // developer CyberConnect 2 genre simulated MMORPG // release date fall 2003. You'll fight your way through contaminated servers and eliminate enemies, all in an attempt to uncover the cause of this debilitating virus that is
Seems like it could
slowly
be
taking over
interesting.
the network. And don't forget about your friend Orca who's still in the coma. Hove Part 3. I must admit I'm addicted to the completely original gaming experience that NL Hack offers. I enjoyed Part L, Z1. And became addicted. OU with Part 2. The battle sequels lacked and story intensified, and the cast grew to include a motley crew of online / or offline players. Moreover, YDE the sensation of playing 25, an online game intensified, TVL emails and news items TESR equals drew me further and team up with SE's characters from the animated TV series. Further into the world, and Part 2 also has a cool minigame, Grunty Racing. In Part 3, every individual element of this story steps up another notch. This series keeps getting better and better. I'm completely hooked. Hack Part 3 is a must-buy. And can only add that Hack 4 had better come soon. Orca, Web News, Ultimate. Abrasive false tragedy.
Anyway, I've never heard of this series at all, but it sounds interesting. I like the idea behind it, anyway. Ooh, we get some DVD reviews. This is interesting, because it goes beyond, like, game reviews and does, like, album reviews, movie reviews, well, specifically DVD reviews. I mean, it's just like, oh, the PlayStation can play, like, DVDs and CDs, so may as well review those as well. You can play them on the PlayStation.
Here he WNWUNEEW, the middle child in a very gifted family. The middle films of trilogies are famously difficult things in that they're not beginnings or ends. It's the sort of thing that makes filmmakers twitchy, but apparently not Peter Jackson, who solves the problem in The Two Towers by ignoring it completely and just roaring through
Confession,
the story.
I've never seen any of
It's
the
a
Lord of the
smart
Rings
move.
movies.
PT is definitely part of a greater whole, a film cycle that critics are already acknowledging as arguably the greatest fantasy put to film, but it's also its own thing, an unapologetic meditation on good and evil and what's required by the former to stand up against the latter. This theme is most obvious in the brain-boggling Battle of Helm's Deep, in which Aragorn, Viggo Mortensen, Gimli, John Rhys Davis, and Legolas, Orlando Bloom, stand with a paltry few humans pack against a manifestly evil army of darkness. But it's IE also in how Merry and Pippin rouse the tree-herding Ents from their apathy and into battle against E5 Jawwood, Viggo Saruman, and most especially in the travels of Frodo.
There's two different
Elijah Wood and Sam, Sean Astin,
movie
who have to deal not
score.
only with the evil of the ring pressing
Oh,
up
4.5, and the
but
DVD
also with
extras
Ron,
are a
voiced
3,
and
so they rate
performed
those
by Andy
separately.
Serkis, but imaged in convincing CG, who is a walking dichotomy of these two moral states. You don't have to spend a lot of time thinking about all this, you can just watch the great action and spectacular effects, but if you equals smiley face want it, it's there, provided in a subtle, intelligent fashion, that, here comes the slam, makes Star Wars, the other G-leading good versus evil series out there, look like it's written by monkeys. Like the release of Fellowship last year, this DVD comes with some decent making-of extras and a preview of the next film, and a short film by Sean Astin, but most of the real DVD goodies are being saved for the extended version, 7, which comes out in November. But really, like you're going tings, to be able to wait that long.
Oh, people did. There's a lot of people who swear by the extended cuts of Lord of the Rings. I'm just like, the movie's already 3 hours. I don't know if I need it to be another 2 or whatever. So that's the only DVD review they have, was just that one, it looks like.
Michael Moore, primarily because he's like them, he's not really interested in being fair on the way to making his point. In Bowling for Columbine, his point is not so much that there are too many guns as it is that Americans are awfully eager to point them at each other and pull the trigger. The film tries to
Oh, they're
get at this
reviewing
through ways
Michael
that are
Moore's
both slashingly
documentary?
funny
That's...
and rhetorically over the top. For example, taking victims of the Columbine shooting to Kmart's corporate headquarters to get refunds on the bullets shot into them. The film may inspire or enrage you, but it's a guarantee you won't be bored. The DVD commentary is done by interns, really, and the extras include interviews with Moore, a teacher's guide, and a return to Columbine 6 months after
They got
the film's
interns to do
release
the
movie
DVD
score.
commentary and you still gave it a 3.5?
DVD extra score. KS Bringing Down the House, Steve Martin, Queen Latifah. This was a surprise hit earlier this year, but it's difficult to see why people were surprised. It's Steve Martin and Queen Latifah. You'd really have to work at it to go wrong with these two.
Yeah, I would have never thought of that pairing, but it could be interesting.
And the central message, that all of Vol Omer Ta 3 equals VLLYFL Sam equals / YH Troy repressed white guy needs for happiness is quality time with a street smart black woman, is fairly patronizing to everyone involved. But when Martin and Latifah get going, you forget to be annoyed. They're fun, and that's all you need from this flick. Latifah and director Adam Shankman show up for the commentary reel, and the DVD comes with deleted scenes, a gag reel, and a music video.
Casablanca
Movie score,
SE?
KK DVD extra
Oh, special
score,
edition.
% Casablanca. S.E., Humphrey Bogart, Ingrid Bergman, like you need to be told what this film's about. What? You do? May we? Bogart, crusty expatriate bar owner determined not to stick out his neck. Bergman, old flame trying to help her stuffy husband save the world from Nazis. Add fabulous supporting cast. Shake well.
I've
Pretty
seen
much the
Casablanca multiple times, and each time it goes in one ear, out the other. If I'm being completely honest. I understand why it's a classic. I've just never been able to get anywhere in it. I've seen it multiple times, even. What do they add to the special edition? That could be potentially interesting.
Equals. Hollywood movie. Casablanca's already out on DVD, but this SPE-style edition has much to love, including 10 minutes of newly uncovered extra scenes and outtakes, the pilot episode of a long-forgotten Casablanca TV series, 2 documentaries...
That was supposed to be a thing?
Flame Lauren Bacall, / commentary by Roger Ebert, and even a Looney Tunes cartoon, Cara Blanca.
Huh?
See it, because you're not a real moviegoer until you do movie score. KKK DVD extra score, K% Chicago, Renee Zellweger, Richard Gere.
Oh, that was
It's the
best
first
movie, I
musical
think,
in
this year,
34
wasn't
years
it?
to win an Oscar for Best Picture.
It was,
But
yes.
Is it actually good? Sure, if you like musicals. And maybe even if you $J73.97 less than 495B equals? NNA don't, because unlike the stereotypical musical, Chicago has real satirical bite, and its story about a gangster's gal who tries to become a star through her sensational trial is one that's scarily in line with today's reality TV point of view.
Huh.
Plus, it's always
I
amusing
need to watch
see
Chicago?
movie stars try to sing and dance. Although
I always
think
just wrote it off because
Gere
I'm not a
and
fan of
Oscar winner
musicals,
Catherine
but maybe I need to give it another
do
chance.
better than you would have suspected. DVD extras are skimpy, deleted scenes and a behind-the-scenes feature, so they're probably holding out for a special edition down the line movie score. KKK, DVD extras score, % Cradle to the Grave, Jet Li, DMX, IDM's Eyes a Thug, Jet Li is a cop, are their enemies but they join forces when, hey, wake up. Sorry, I'm obligated to tell you about the plot even when you can figure it out from the movie's poster. This film is primarily an excuse to give Jet Li a reason to beat the hell out of people for 90 minutes, and DMX is around because, well, why not DMX?
Yeah, fair enough.
The action here is competent but soulless, and it's pretty much a fact that the only difference between this flick and the 3000 just like it is that it's the 3 most recent. It's not bad, it's just not memorable in the least. Extras include a DMX video, of course, and a couple of documentaries. Movie score, % 9 DVD.
Oh, the movie
extra
sucked.
score,
2.5 stars, so it's just average, essentially. And so are the DVD extras. Or I guess below average. You didn't even want a DMX music video. Tough nut to crack.
AR, complete first season, Anthony Edwards, George Clooney, arguably one of the best first seasons of any TV series. This powerhouse set of shows also features one of the best hours
I hear
of
the show's
episodic
good, never
television
seen it.
ever. Love's Labor
Seems like a
Lost,
decent
in
medical
which the
drama. I know it gets
delivery
really
of the baby
fucking
goes
goofy, like,
horribly wrong.
way later on.
It's the sort of episode
Like,
that
some
can
guy,
shut down a
like,
party while
gets,
everyone
like-
crowds around the television,
Like,
waiting
they
to
land
see
a
what happens
helicopter
next.
on him,
Although
and
if
then,
you're
like,
partying
it
with
turns
the
out he's
television
okay,
on,
but has a
you have
fear of
other issues.
helicopters, and then they land a
The
helicopter on him
DVD
again,
offers
and then
commentary
actually
on
kill
that
him this
episode,
time.
as well as the 90-minute pilot, patient histories of memorable guest stars, making of features, and notes from series producer Michael Crichton. Movie score, KKKK DVD extra score, Coke head of state, Chris Rock, Bernie Mac, a funny black man runs for president. What a concept. Chris Rock does it all in this flick as star, director, and
Oh, it's not
co-writer.
Coke head
I
of
like it
state.
because Alex always
It's
fun
just
when
head of state. I don't know
presidential
why
candidates get to say what they think, not just
Anna
what they
needed to
think they should say.
editorialize.
And B, Chris Rock probably should run for president in the real world. Why not? Can you think of anyone better off the top of your head?
Fair enough.
It's not a great movie, because away from the politics, it gets a little shaky. Bernie Mac is funny, but his character's trying too hard, and the film's just plain mean.
I mean,
to
it's
Robert
Bernie Mac.
Gibbons
You
as
get what you
Rock's
get.
ex. But for the first time in the driver's seat, Rock does better than most. Rock gives it up for a commentary track. The DVD also includes a making-of feature and photo galleries. Movie score, percent DVD extra score, K% The Hunted, Tommy Lee Jones, Benicio del Toro, a trained killer. Del Toro has gone bonkers out in the woods, so it's up to the guy who trained him, Jones, to bring him in. The plot is weak, but this film has three things going for it. Del Toro and Jones, who are as real as possible in a film like this and make their battles appear to be as much about wits as physical strength, and director William Friedkin, who has forgotten more about dramatic pacing than, say, Michael Bay will ever know. The DVD comes with commentary by Friedkin.
Dude, even back in the day, even back in this
scenes.
point, they were giving Michael
Movie
Bay
score,
shit.
K% DVD extra score, yen %.
And that was The Hunted. I've never heard of that movie. Well, they gave it a 3, so that's at least somewhat above average. And then what's this?
LAAS Star Animania. From Japan with love, Maison Geo. Maison Geo. Lord knows why, but ADV Films is set to release a whole lot of classic robot action on DVD. Mazinger Z, the 2001 revival of the seminal Mazinger Z, is coming out in August, while episodes of the quirky 80s Survivor or Battler Dunbine by Gundam veterans Tomino Yoshiyuki and Yutaka Izubochi will arrive this summer. Bring me everything. In more up-to-the-minute news, everything was licensed at Anime Expo. Almost every current anime of note has been bought by an American distributor and will be available in the United States on DVD sometime within the next 18 months. In the ongoing rush to keep up with digital piracy, American distributors are licensing titles that haven't even finished airing in Japan, as well as shows that are still in production. Highlights: Bandai acquired the lycanthropian drama Wolf's Rain and the cutting-edge Ghost in the Shell standalone complex TV series.
I know Ghost in the Shell.
Asterisk Pioneer will release the new Red or Die
I know
TV
that you go
series,
inside a
the
giant
Gungrave
ladybug
anime,
that's also a
based
mech.
on the PS2 game, and the SF series Textualized by the creator of Serial Experiments Lane. Asterisk from Media Blasters, expect the legendary gay raunch epic Boku no Sexual Harassment, as well as the more conventional Gun Parade March. Finally,
Sexual
Central
harassment?
Park
What?
Media will release new school parody in the form of animation runner Kuromi. Galactic Heroes. A lot of Galactic Heroes, the Japanese producers of the classic space opera Legend of the Galactic Heroes, are offering a rare opportunity to American fans. If the company receives enough pre-orders from customers willing to commit to a purchase, it will produce a limited edition English subtitled version of the entire series, along with the already announced Japanese release, some 47 DVDs of television, movies, and other Galactic Heroes goodness. To sign on and help the US release become reality, go to www.geniigoods.com/forum and check out the deal. FLCL goes swimming between the announcement of a broadcast release at FanimyCon and a few hints dropped during Adult Swim recently. It looks like Gainax's FLCL is due to hit American airwaves by way of the Cartoon Network. It's not clear when it will air, but if you haven't picked up the DVD release yet, Volume 3 is due out as you read this. By the way, catch it on the tube and be convinced. Dave Smith.
Alright. Well, hopefully this gets a DVD release. By the numbers. Alright, these are, I guess, their top 20 list of PS2 games. So number 20 is FIFA 2003, alright? Number 19 is Dormax? What the hell? Dance Dance Revolution. Oh, DDR Max. Oh, okay. Chessmaster. Chessmaster is number 18? Okay. It must be a really good... It's only slightly... Wait. Yeah, Chessmaster is the number 18 PS2 game. That better be a really good chess game. Because it's almost as good as Vice City. And also Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2003. That's number 16. Number 15 is Unlimited Saga. Never heard of that. It's an Enix game, so is it an RPG? Jack... Infraction, okay. MVP Baseball 2003. That's number 13. Number 12 is Jack slash... Dot Hack. Oh, Dot Hack. I do know what that is. That's number 12. Number 11 is Finding Nemo? Wasn't that game, like, notoriously dog shit? Oh, no, that was, Oh, that was the number 11. Wasn't that game, like, notoriously dog shit? And they gave it a 3.5 out of 5. Okay. Dynasty Warriors 4. Fair enough. Wait. What are they ranking these on? Because, like, some of these have higher ratings than others. Top 20. Oh, sales. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense then. Yeah, I can see the Finding Nemo game selling. Anyway, Dynasty Warriors 4. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell is number 9. Number 8 is Ark the Lad Twilight of the Spirits. I've never even seen that one. I've only ever played, like, a very little bit of the first Ark the Lad. That's another one I gotta get to. Return to Castle Wolfenstein. I played the demo of that last week. It was pretty fun. Resident Evil Dead Arm at number 6. Number 5, Midnight Club 2. Number 4, NBA Street Volume 2. I've heard the NBA Street games are really good. Number 3, Hulk. Number 2 is Enter the Matrix. That got a 3. And then number 2 is Tomb Raider, The Angel of Darkness, which gets a 2 out of 5. That's about what that game deserves. It is pretty goddamn rough. Also, hello, Nintendo. It's rough, but it's sold. So... PSX top 10 sales. Okay. Well, this is like pretty far. I guess they weren't even reviewing PS1 games at this time, so we don't know. Mega Man X4, Bratz. Fair enough. Did X4 only come out in 2003? No, right? Beyblade is number 8. Number 7, DDR. Konamix. Final Fantasy Tactics. Okay, yeah, that definitely didn't come out in 2003. Namco Museum Volume 3. Final Fantasy 9? No, Final Fantasy... Oh, no, is that Final Fantasy... No, that's Final Fantasy 7. Okay. Yeah, that's number 4. Inuyasha? I don't know if I've ever played that one. DBZ. And then Final Fantasy Origins. I think that's the one that's like Final Fantasy 1 and 2. It was 2002 or 2001 game, was Mega Man X4. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so I guess those are just sales overall. I'm surprised, like, I'm a little surprised by that. That probably would have been a pretty final list, because by that point, the PS1 was kind of on its way out. They kept making games for it for a while, though. All the way up until, I think the last ones might have even been 2005 in PAL regions. Japan's top PS2 games. Alright. Nobunaga's Ambition. I think I've heard of that. Fire Pro Wrestling. Oh yeah, that series is very popular in Japan. Metal Slug 2, or Metal Slug 3 rather. Fair, good game. Atelier Vibrate. Dynasty Tactics 2. I didn't know there was a tactical Dynasty Warriors game. Enter the Matrix. Pretty popular between US and Japan. At number 5. Virtual on Mars is number 4. I didn't know they did a sequel to that. J-League Pro Soccer 3 at number 3. I didn't know they only did, like, that few of soccer games by that point. Manjuku Heroes at number 2. Never heard of that one. And then Initial D Special. I didn't know there was one on PS2. This is... What is this? Top 10... Oh, top 10 blockbuster rentals. Interesting. Return to Castle Wolfenstein on PS2. Def Jam Vendetta at number 9. Number 8 is Brute Force. That's an Xbox game. Okay. Midnight Club 2, the Xbox version. Number 6 is Splinter Cell, the PS2 version. I don't know if that was on Xbox. Number 5, Into the Matrix. The Xbox version apparently outsold the PS2 one. Or outrented, anyway. NBA Streets Volume 2, PS2. Number 3 is Midnight Club 2, PS2. They also have the Xbox version, so they like split them both together. They split them both. Hulk on PS2 at number 2, and Enter the Matrix. Enter the Matrix was more rented on the PS2. Okay, never mind. And then we have top 10 sales all systems. All right. At number 10, we have Donkey Kong Country for Game Boy Advance. Number 9, NBA Street Volume 2 for PS2. Number 8, Midnight Club 2, Xbox. Number 7, Brute Force for Xbox. I've never heard of Brute Force, but apparently it was pretty popular once upon a time. Neverwinter Shadows on PC. Number 5, Hulk for PS2. Number 4, Enter the Matrix PS2. Number 3, Warcraft 3 FT for the PC. Number 2, Star Wars Galaxies for PC. And number 1, Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, unfortunately, for the PS2. Hello, DJ Ronnie. Anyway, so I guess a lot of people were fooled by Angel of Darkness, unfortunately. And here we have previews. All right. First is Champions of... What is this? Norameth. What is this?
EverQuest just got cool. Don't let the disappointment that was EverQuest Online Adventures leave a bad taste in your mouth. Not only is a newer, better EQOA you might actually want to play is coming soon, see page 66. But the universe created by the franchise also provides the basis for what could very well be one of the best games of the year. Champions of Norath takes place several hundred years before Sony Online's massively multiplayer online RPG and adapts a gameplay feel more akin to Interplay's excellent action RPG Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. There's good reason for that. Snowblind Studios, the developer of Alliance, is creating Norath with an evolved version of its already great gameplay engine. In addition to having the ability to zoom in and out on your character, you can now expect to see as many as 30 to 40 orcs, goblins, and other malevolent menaces on screen at once. No two adventures will ever be the same either, as each of the 50 dungeons randomly generates its form. Choose highly customizable male or female versions of a barbarian warrior, dark elf shadow knight, high elf cleric, erudite wizard, or
this
wood elf
looks like
ranger,
such
and join up
orc
to 3
bait.
comrades via multitap. Even hop online for a totally unique multiplayer experience. Publisher, Sony Online, NI developer, Snowblind release date, November.
Looks like a decent game if you're into that sort of thing. I am not. This is why I'm not a games reviewer. Also not a singer. No, I could have sang that better. I sang it kind of like Barney the Dinosaur-esque. if I could redo it, I would do a different take of it.
Look, screens that look
Speaking
like
of orc bait.
Stuntman. The prize for most
You've done it on live
profile
stream?
game of
I
the year
fucking
goes
knew
to
you would.
Reflection's new driver
That sounds about
offering,
right.
Which, apart from making a quick appearance on Electronic Gaming
Ooh,
Monthly's March
Driver
cover earlier
3.
this year, has been notably absent.
I've
The
talked
game was
before about
ugly
this
MIA
game. It is
E3,
very
and it's been
infamously
hardly
very
a blip
buggy.
on anyone's radar since then. What's going on? These new screens are the first we've seen in a while, and gameplay details are still a little sketchy, aside from protestations from Atari that it's not like Grand Theft Auto. We do know that the game takes place in Nice, Istanbul, and Miami, the setting of the first level of the original Driver, and that the team at Reflections is striving for a photorealistic look much as it did with the somewhat flawed Stuntman. Let's hope that doesn't mean it suffers from
Yeah, Driver 3 is pretty infamous. It had a lot of hype, though. To a point where I think they, like, actually literally sold a demo for the game for full price. Anyway, Gran Turismo 4. I know about Gran Turismo 3. I don't know if people generally liked 4 or not. Oh, I don't think there's any entry in Gran Turismo that people actively dislike. Except maybe the new one.
OE tag. You've still got a while to wait. The release date given for Gran Turismo 4 is winter, which to all of us probably means sometime around Christmas, right? Wrong. Winter apparently means any time between now and the end of March, which means we could still be 6 or 7 months away from seeing GT4 in stores. It's more than half a year before we race each other online, collect garages full of classic muscle cars, rice rockets, and exotics, and marvel at the stupendous visuals served up by gorgeous-looking tracks. The Grand Canyon and inner-city tracks excited everyone at E3. Although Polyphony has completed most of the design work for G6T4, all kinds of goodies may still make it into the final game. We may even get aftermarket mods like cool rims and body kits, and engine modifications like turbos, which will make the game even more popular. If that's even possible. Publisher, S01/developer, F0ePro, Y release date, RC.
Fast and the Furious. Did they make a game? Oh, they must have. That series was huge right around this time.
Lots of licensed cars and aftermarket parts are the draw in Universal's inevitable Fast and the Furious game. We're actually quite surprised it took this long for a game based on the franchise to emerge. Set in LA, not Miami, as in Too Fast, Too Furious, the game has you racing in 80 different events, including drag races and street races where your aim is to earn cred with the other racers. Publisher, Universal Interactive Developer, Genki release date, Fall Far to Bread, PREAN
NASCAR Thunder 2004.
RADBRM2, New York 11 ES $2 on VA Pexers RRA% HS Panto RRESCYGS TREI Ray NBRR Ho AEEDL equals EE equals C Slater EIMA NNETMA copyright A% equals PI IG/2BS and EES. Besides online gameplay, the big upgrade to this year's Thunder is the rival system. Gone are the days when you could beat and bang with impunity. Now the 42 other drivers react to your every move. Knock a guy out of the way and you better hope he doesn't catch you, cause he'll pay you back. Friendships and rivalries build up over the course of a season or career, making each race a unique experience.
Oh, so this is like NASCAR, but more like a
EA
sim
Sports
type.
developer,
That's
EA
interesting.
Tiburon release date, September official US. PlayStation Magazine copyright.
How about this game? Jack and the Power of Tak and the Power of Juju. Oh, I do know that game. It is very dull, unfortunately. And it's a collectathon, so I'm biased against it. But they really wanted this to be a thing. So, okay, let me tell you about Tak and the Power of Juju if you've never heard of it or played it. So it's a pretty standard, like, collectathon platformer, right? This actually started as a Nickelodeon show, turned into a game, and then from that game's very mediocre success, turned into a show. And that show also had very mediocre success.
Funny, but is it fun? In a crowded field of platform adventures, Tak stands alone. But it's not because of the game's quality, innovation, or graphical splendor. Mind you, other games do a much better job there. And it's certainly not due to the power of Juju. Instead, it's thanks to Tak's terrific humor. Whether he's falling on his ass, sneaking around as a sheep, riding a rhinoceros, or wearing a chicken outfit, Tak is meant to be laughed at. The game is overstuffed with wacky antics and silly situations right out of, say, a Nickelodeon cartoon which, by the way, happens to be in the works as well.
Yep.
If Tak's gameplay somehow turns out to be as fun as it is,
It turned out not to be, but they made the cartoon anyway. Anyway, let's go commando with Ratchet and Clank.
EEIRRWBD, B, SDB equals it'll knock your shorts off. It seems so simple, so straightforward, but properly toss in some RPG elements and you can radically change a platformer. The difference between playing
Did the cartoon ever see the light of day? It did.
Because I'm not just picking up bolts anymore, says Insomniac's president Ted Price.
It did, and I don't know
killing
how long it
enemies,
lasted.
I'm
It
getting
was
better.
only probably like one or
Can see
two
my
seasons,
character
but
improving.
I
It's the
remember
kind
it
of thing
airing.
I personally love about RPGs, and now that we've got it in here, feel a lot more inclined to play all of this. It's much more fun for me, and I hope you guys find the same thing. We've played a few levels, and while Commando quite resembles its predecessor, the RPG editions really
This has
do
been
make
like
it
in
that
the
much
works
better.
since. So this was in the
Plus,
works since
a
the
host of new
90s,
weapons
and
and audience helps keep
Nickelodeon
Finest
really,
fresh and
really
tasty.
wanted this to be a thing, and it wasn't. It absolutely was not. It was, I guess, kind of successful, but not really. Anyway, Ratchet and Clank apparently has RPG elements. I gotta play that one more. I've played a little bit of a lot of the Ratchet and Clank games. They're pretty fun, but I gotta like actually sit down and play one. Sphinx and the Shadow of Set. Okay, that's the game I was thinking of. That's like kind of a Zelda clone. I played this on the demo disc.
Shadow of Set funky top peek at the following screenshots, and you're likely to dismiss Sphinx as this year's haven. a solid but uninspired platformer with a lame lead character. But play it, yes, play it, now. It's on this month's disc, and you might come away with a much different impression. Not only is Sphinx absolutely gorgeous, with Disney caliber animation,
It
but
does
it also
look really
has some
good.
inspired puzzles and a goofy sense of humor. We especially like the level featuring the mummy Tutankhamun, who has to do everything from electrocuting himself to setting himself ablaze in order to solve
Which
a
cartoon?
series of
Tak and the
secrets.
Power of Juju.
So far, the only complaint we have is with the stubborn camera, which we're hoping gets a quick overhaul in time for the release. Publisher, 11 Developer, see our release date /1EE.
I was talking about Tak and the Power of Juju. It's a show that Nickelodeon was workshopping since the 90s. Then they put out a video game. Then they released the show. Neither of which were particularly successful, but they really, really wanted it to be. Mainly because, well, both the show and the game were a little bit dull. But, I don't know. The game, from what I understand, is alright. It's just, I don't know, collect-a-thon platformer. If you're a fan of those, then you might enjoy Tak and the Power of Juju, but you also have a lot better things that you could be playing. Like, I don't know, Jack and Daxter or something. Also, hello, Lewd Game Gear Goddess. How was, by the way, you thought we were talking about Ratchet and Clank. I was talking about Tak and the Power of Juju earlier. Ratchet and Clank, I don't know if that ever got a TV show, but it got a movie, like, many years later. I've never seen that movie. I hear it's okay. I hear the new Mario movie sucks ass, though. Which is a shame, because I was pleasantly surprised by the first. Or I guess, or maybe it doesn't suck ass, but I guess people were kind of disappointed by it.
3 Wallace and Gromit in Project Zero. There are two kinds of people in the world, Wallace and Gromit fans and everyone else, breed, people who don't hail from England.
Yeah.
The UK's charming claymation duo is perfectly captured in this platformer, which will please fans of the doddering inventor and his adventurous pop. And with its layered levels, wacky foes, and goofy gadgets, Project Zero might also be a solid choice for younger gamers. Publisher, band developer, Frontier release
Trying to get a copy of
October.
Euphoria? Good game. I would recommend the Japanese version, Hebereke, but, actually, I don't remember why I recommend... Oh, yeah, because the PAL version ran slower.
Low Pen of Wu SHECTR Scalar, the shape-shifting chameleon. The title says it all. In this platformer, you assume the role of a lovable chameleon named Scalar. In addition to the creepy crawly reptile's ability to blend in with his surroundings,
This one I've never even
he
heard
can
of.
even morph into lookalikes of his enemies.
Scalar, the shape-shifting
There's a
chameleon.
very Dr. Seuss feel to the game, which seems appropriate coming from the developer of The Grinch.
Oh, no.
Hopefully, though, this won't suck. Publisher, TDK
I've never even
Interactive
heard of it,
Developer,
so
Artificial Mind and Movement release date.
I guess it just turned out to
2004.
exist, maybe, is my guess.
Burn, baby, burn stumped. Here's how to unlock the gate to the Earth level in our playable demo. After you insert the Earth key and launch yourself to that level, you'll find yourself in one front of a locked gate. What to do? You have to backtrack a bit. First, return to the ground area and reinsert the lunar key. Then head back into the lunar level just far enough to set yourself aflame. Turn around, remember to crawl beneath the water jet, and return to the room.
Yeah, Hebereke is better. I don't remember why it was. Was it just like the PAL difference?
Hide in the sarcophagus until the grate is lifted.
Oh, faster. Oh, was there input lag in Euphoria? That's why.
Behind it lies a switch that unlocks the Earth gate.
I think regardless, like, if you're looking for an original copy, those are pretty expensive. It's a late-era Famicom NES release. How, by the way, was Dragon's Trap LCX? How did that go? I really enjoyed that. I didn't even know there was a mobile version, but I imagine it's very similar. I really enjoyed the Switch version, even if I couldn't really get anywhere in it.
Final Fantasy X 2 Hot Girls with Cool Jobs. It all began with Eternal Calm, a 12-minute video that appears on the Japan-only Final Fantasy X International, basically an enhanced version of FFX's US release. Set 2 years after the game, it features Yuna peering into a sphere to see what seems to be her long-lost love, Titus. A hint of a new game to come? Indeed. Enter FFX 2, the first ever direct sequel to a Final Fantasy title. Since its announcement, fans have been excited but wary. This is gonna focus on just the gals? It's got a dress-up mode? No more Ians? As we get closer to release, fears of a girly girl game have dissipated, replaced by eager anticipation. Why? The return of the active time battle system?
One of these days I will play Final Fantasy X.
Then there's the whole job system. Each gal can take on a
They
wide
kept
array of
trying to
different
make that
jobs,
job system a
changing her
thing,
skills
and every
abilities
single
in the
time I think it
process.
was kind of
And
controversial.
it's all done on the fly during battles, with stunning animations and incredible effects. Publisher, Square, 9 US developer, Square, 1X release date, December. EverQuest Online ADV. Is it a sequel? Yes. No. Yes. It's not often we deal with add-on packs on PS2, but in the PC gaming world, stuff like this happens all the time. So what exactly is Frontiers? Well, it's the entire original EverQuest Online adventures with added sugary goodness, plus a whole extra bit of story and gaming you can experience only if you have this disc. It doesn't require the original to play, and it addresses many of the complaints people have with the previous massively multiplayer online RPG. As you wander the lands of Norath, you can interact with folks playing the old game, then proceed into the new cities and hang out with all your cool new friends who are enjoying the enhanced graphics and music. You can even be an ogre now, or an alchemist.
It's all
maybe
ogre
even an
now.
ogre alchemist. Publisher, Sony Online Phototainment Developer, 50, release date / Ogre Enbor. What's new? A lot more than you'd expect if you're an EverQuest nerd. The following new additions will doubtless get you all in a quiver.
I always wanted to be
like
all
our
in a
resident
quiver.
Hannah, Mr. Rabicki, might be sufficiently impressed by all this to give it another chance. So, _ here's the list. plus a new character Das, the Alchemist, redesigned player models, playable ogre race plus hundreds of new items to acquire plus a new Das mastery system. You can level up to level 60, 3 new cities plus 24 gigantic new dungeons, plus environment clutter peak, cool weather effects.
And then what's this?
Sexy stars, what a set of lungs. By now, you might already have heard that Hedy Buress and Tara Strong are reprising their roles as Yuna and Riku. We recently got word of the vocal talent behind the Final X, Chu Gal Pao, Payne, Gwendolyn Yeo, a model and actress, will lend her voice to the game.
No, well, good. I want to play like Final Fantasy X, one because it's like mostly voiced, and two because it just seems like a very interesting game. But then it also feels like it's just kind of Kingdom Hearts with all of the same problems that had. So, I don't know.
SERBLERAA.hack//outbreak. The infection is spreading so
How about
much
part 2 for
depends on
Switch?
Chapter 3. It's the turning point, the moment of truth. Was all the time and money spent on the first 2 parts, Infect tie-in, mutation, of this serialized RPG worth it? From what we've played so far,
It's nothing like
most
Kingdom Hearts
definitely.
except for
Picking up where Mutation, Cliffhanger left off.
aesthetically. Okay.
Hack's world by giving
I thought it
access
was
to a
like
new server,
more or less
new
like kind of the
Renties,
same engine.
New allies, new foes, and an awesome new power for your bracelet, the 2128 Drain. The story continues apace, chronicling the exploits of Kite as he makes his way through the world, a massively multiplayer online RPG, which, if you didn't already know, is neither massively multiplayer nor online. It's just a simulated game within the game, trying to figure out what plummeted his online pal Orca into a coma. Meanwhile, the world continues to crumble and infect the real world beyond. Trippy, fantastic stuff. Just play the first 2 games, first publisher.
You
Banda,
played Wonder Boy
developer,
with
Ubiquinous,
touch controls.
release
I
date,
saw, I heard you were
October
doing
28th.
that. How... I heard you were doing that. I was wondering, how did that go? It was fine, but the game itself is slippery and has some input lag. Yeah, because you're using touch controls. Or, I guess not entirely, but yeah, it is a very slippery game, though. Like, even on the Switch, it kind of is. Also, you pretty sure you got further than me? Yeah, probably. It's a very difficult game, though. I might have to pick it up at some point to, like, get further in it, because I do really... I was enjoying my time, but it was very frustrating. You wouldn't call it difficult? Well, the bosses were the bosses weren't difficult. It was more just kind of like a lot of the platforming, I think that's sort of like what it wasn't even really that. It was just sort of like they were very stingy with the checkpoints.
emotes, I think, is like kind of what like threw me off, I think, a lot. Is like if you like die, it sends you back pretty far. I think that was maybe my biggest hurdle, but I still really enjoyed the game, and I might have to come back to it at some point. And Nintendo was asking about Euphoria 2. I played some of that, and I got stuck, and I personally didn't really like it. I didn't like how they basically made it a collectathon. I mean, Euphoria 1, I guess, was technically a collectathon, but it was in the same way that, like, Castlevania or Castlevania, like Metroidvania, Castlevania, or Metroid was a collectathon, which is to say, like, yeah, but it's not like, oh, you have to, like... Because, like, Euphoria had you, like, complete, like, different goals, and you had to, like, do that to unlock stars, and you had to, like, find these hidden stars that were hidden all throughout the level to, like, buy new things, and it was just, like... They made the game more complicated than it needed to be, in my opinion. Euphoria was fine, just kind of, like, do more of that, and I think you could have had a decent game, but they decided to expand it. I didn't really agree with that decision. The only thing I'm wrangling with is how slippery the movement is. Yeah, that helped. Yeah, that didn't help either. There are no oh, no, there are. Yeah, or yeah, that was, I think, what it was. Did I get to the underwater sunken... I don't think I got to a sunken ship. I don't think so. But yeah, I wish Wonder Boy... Have you ever played, like... Well, I was gonna say, have you ever played the Master System version? I think the controls are the same, but maybe try, like, the original Master System version. It might be a little bit better. Or probably not. It's probably the same controls. How many forms did I unlock? It might have just been, like... the first one, or maybe two. I forget. You probably did get further than me, though. Oh, they put RPG Maker on the PS2? Okay. Dot Hack. Have you played that? Because, like, the way that they describe it seems really interesting, but I've never played any of the Dot Hack games.
ESR.hack//outbreak. The infection is spreading so much depends on Chapter 3. It's the turning point, the moment of truth.
According to Steam reviews, the controls are clunky just like the original. Okay.
Infect tie-in, mutation of
Dot Hack was legendary. Yeah, I've heard.
From what we've played so far, most definitely. Picking up where Mutation's cliffhanger left off.
I've heard people talk very highly about it.
World by giving you access to a new server, new grunties, new allies, new foes, and an awesome new power for your bracelet, the 2128.
You've only tried one of them. Seemed like a fun action RPG. Maybe I'll have to try one of the Dot Hack games. I'll look and see like what the best one is considered to be.
Already know is neither massively multiplayer nor online. It's just a simulated game within the game, trying to figure out.
Story is the high point, which you picked up the novels for. Okay.
Meanwhile, the world continues to crumble and infect the real world beyond. Trippy, fantastic stuff. Just play the first two games. First publisher, Banda, developer, Iber, Onnect, release date, October.
RPG Maker 2. I think the first RPG Maker might have come out on the original PlayStation. I believe we might have seen that, whenever that was, August, or no, was it August of 2001 was, like, the PSM issue we saw? So we saw RPG Maker, I think.
ETT say alright.
No, I think it was February
Why
2001.
complain? Make your own
You have the
game.
4 original novels? Okay.
How many times have you cursed a game, mumbling, can do a better job than this hackneyed claptrap? Well, it's time to put up or shut up. RPG Maker 2 lets you try your hand at creating a full-featured 3D role-playing game by building the story, the battle system, and even the very earth your characters trod upon. Sounds a bit daunting? Sure, but Maker comes with oodles of presets to fiddle with, so you can paste together bits and bobs in unique
But if you
ways
use
to
those
cobble
presets,
together
people
your
will
very
look at
own
you funny.
creation. Visually, the battle system mimics Dragon Warrior's first-person view of enemies, but you can toss in Final Fantasy-style limit breaks, custom combos, and serious spells. The game also supports the use of a USB keyboard, so you won't have to hunt and peck your dialogue. We recommend Logitech's NetPlay. Need some inspiration? Maker comes with an RPG created by Dragon Warrior's Kazunori Oreo publisher.
Underboy has a
Logitech
weird
developer,
feel,
Kazu
and it's
Kagaku
slippery, but
released
it also
date,
feels
September
kind of
EST
Castlevania
AAA.
heavy. Okay. I mean, what needs to be said about RPG Maker? It's massively influential. There's like commercial RPGs that have been released that were made in RPG Maker. Yeah, enemies. Oh yeah, enemies can definitely stun lock you. That's the other thing with Wonder Boy is there's no iframes, or very little iframes, if any. That's probably the other thing that really tripped me up was just the lack of iframes. So you can get, like, generated to hell. Still, I wouldn't say it's a bad game. Like, it was definitely, I would say, one of the best types of those games of that time.
Serving up stakes in the Hellmouth, the first Buffy game didn't appear on PS2, but the Xbox title earned some fine reviews, and Chaos Bleeds may be
You're
even
invincible,
better.
but you can keep getting hit, yeah.
Studio 007 Nightfire fills the collective's capable development shoes and utilizes a solid fighting engine for each of the game's playable characters. As expected, Buffy gets the brunt of the action, 50% or so, with fellow Scoobies holding their own. Willow stirs up by magic spells, Faith sports some mad melee skills, Xander wields a crossbow, and friendly Vamp Spike just generally beats the crap out of his blood-sucking brethren. Even better, all characters except Buffy and
We saw a
Willow are
trailer
voiced
for
by
this
their
game. It
respective
looked
actors.
actually kind of decent, like a decent little hack and slash.
5. Senate Eris Section A / Iris, Sword, the Sleeping Dragon as one of the most smartly
Were the dungeons
written and
randomly
beautifully
generated? I
illustrated
didn't know that.
point-and-click adventure series of the last 5 years or so. Broken Sword shocked a lot of people by dropping the pointing and clicking in Sleeping Dragon in favor of a direct character control system, similar to the one in Escape from Monkey Island. Luckily, the adjustment should make it easier for console owners to get into this great franchise. Publisher, The Adventure Company. Developer, Revolution. Release date, Fall Sarah 2 EOTM, IB 2RE3JY.
So you're a fan of Dead Cells. Have you seen the trailer for the new Castlevania game that basically just looks like Dead Cells?
Imagine, if you will, Splinter Cell set in a slightly less realistic world. What you're imagining is Operation Surma, a solid-looking stealth espionage adventure with enough grappling hook action and face-swapping antics to make any Bond, Fisher, or Snake fans' eyes light up. Plus, techno-thriller gadgets galore. What geek can resist? Publisher, Atari developer, Paradigm release date, fall.
Alright, how about this? Rogue Ops. Part of the Rogue series? Okay. I like Rogue.
Splinter Cell with breasts, will be honest. At E3, we quickly dismissed Rogue Ops as a Metal Gear Solid/Splinter Cell wannabe starring a female as a gimmick to make us pay attention. After all, Kemco doesn't have the greatest recent track record, and it's easy to assume the company is simply trying to cash in on a popular genre. Surprisingly, however, it looks like Rogue Ops will actually be worth a look. Once you get past the generic story, ex-Green Beret Nikki Connors joins a covert government agency to avenge the death of her family. You'll find a solid stealth game with its
recent
fair
track.
share
Did
of clever
Kemco
puzzles.
ever have a
Not
good
to
track
mention
record?
clever AL enemies are very
I say as
sensitive
Kemco
to
music
sound,
plays.
footprints, and even the blood left over from a gun kill. You should opt for bloodless neck breaks when possible. The game even includes some nifty gadgets we've never seen before. Our favorite, a mosquito-sized camera that scouts out the area ahead. Publisher, Cirque developer, 1 release date, AA57. Baldur's Gate, can it continue the original's greatness? If you read our review of Baldur's Gate...
Oh no, Kemco makes good game or publishes good games now, but like I don't know if they ever really had. I don't know if they were ever really associated with quality.
You know how much we're anticipating it. In a way,
Kemco was always at their best when they were publishing other people's games, not creating their own.
In favor of the EverQuest universe, it still appears there's quite a bit to look forward to see in Interplay's hack-and-slash.
Like if they were doing like a PC
sequel.
port, or now when they do like mobile
It's big
RPGs
more
that
than
other
40
people
levels
created.
spread over 4 acts. The story continues from the original's cliffhanger ending and branches in different direct tie-ins depending on your actions. Each time through is unique. You can also now create your own weapons and armor from raw components. Publisher, P, developer, plus release date.
What's this game? Is this one of the newer RPGs? I did kind of wonder what those are like. Oh shit, I forgot to... hang on. I'm gonna pause this. I need a VTuber avatar for MS Ana. Maybe I do. I have a lolly VTuber. I don't know. Can we unofficially just call her Ana? Maybe I just need my regular lolly-tuber, or maybe you could create someone. Maybe you could create someone who is the embodiment of Anna. This does look fairly decent. I want to see... I haven't really seen much gameplay, though. Oh, here we go. Now, there it is.
PlayStation.
Or not. Oh. Oh, they didn't show much gameplay in that. It mostly just looked like they were going through menus. What is this? Rondo. Gameplay. I want to see some gameplay of this. Hello, Cerulean. Oh, here's a review of the Switch version.
Ago from how often they release games from their various developers. But they've come a long way over the years, not only with making neat little retro RPGs, but improving systems, plot lines, and
A fucking course this is. I wonder how much it says on the eShop.
What we're going into today is one of those better games. With a surprising
It does
amount
look
of
nice.
story depth and one key change to the typical JRPG formula, let's dive in. Here is my review of Isekai Rondo for the Nintendo Switch. With story, this game centers around Sho, a man with bad luck and is a literal punching bag for the retail world, fired from several companies and treated like absolute garbage by his corporate employers. One day he's on his way home and narrowly
Got a few of those on Vita physically.
only to
Okay.
have a potted plant fall from a tall building, instantly killing him. He's then reincarnated into a game-like world filled with magic, heroes, and a villainous overlord.
This
demon.
looks alright.
Gifted with learning passive abilities in this world, he travels with the hero Viola and two demons on a journey to save the world, despite him just wanting a calm life of moderate work and moderate rest. Now, the story I find interesting for a couple reasons. First, it clearly views itself as a game-like world with passive abilities not only being a thing in gameplay, but the story itself.
I would pick this up. I don't know if I would spend a ton of money on it, though.
Meta in that way of speaking about
Well,
abilities
they're
and
on
levels
mobile,
like
though, so I'm guessing, like, the mobile versions are cheap, if not free. I would not mind doing that. I don't know if I would spend much money on it, though. It looks a little bit cheap, but if the price is right, then that can potentially work in its favor. How about Baldur's Gate? I want to get more into the Baldur's Gate games. They seem like pretty neat dungeon crawlers.
Baldur's Gate cannot continue the original's greatness.
Free on mobile? Okay.
If you read our review of Baldur's
For free,
Gate,
I would totally do it.
Dark Alliance 20 issues ago,
I mean, it's free.
you know
Why
how
not?
much we love it. If you read preview of Champions,
And it's an
of
RPG, so you don't really
pages
need
ago,
to worry
you
about,
know
like,
how much
precise
we're
movements with
anticipating
touch
it.
controls.
In a way, it's even quelled enthusiasm for Dark
Battles are
Alliance
just going to be
2.
random anyway,
But
so you don't
even
have to
if
worry
Snowblind
about, like,
Studios has left the Forgotten Realms in favor
precision
of the EverQuest
controls.
universe, it still appears there quite a bit to look
You
forward
bought one on
to
sale on the
seeing
3DS, so they've been doing this for a little while.
RPG sequel. For starters, it's bigger, more than 40 levels spread over 4 acts. The story continues from the original's cliffhanger ending and branch different direct tie-ins.
Oh, I guess
depending on your
so, because
actions.
Cerulean was
Each
talking about the
time through
Vita.
is unique. You can also now create your own weapons and armor from raw components. Publisher developer 1.1.
You don't worry
plus
about
release
precision
date
movement in Wonder Boy. I mean,
00XTTTWRTIES copyright.
oh, they were doing them. You had several on Android 4.0. Yeah, that would have been around that time, I guess. I mean, it's good that Kemco found something to keep him in business.
And again, like I said, like Kemco is at their best when they have virtually nothing to do with the game. And they're just publishing someone else's work. Honestly, even at this time, like, what were the best Kemco games on the NES and Famicom? Games like Spy vs. Spy, the Mac Venture games. Games that were already, like, that were already popular on, like, computers and things like that. Like, Spy vs. Spy, all they had to do was bring it over to the NES, and they did a decent job. The game itself was kind of mediocre, but... I mean, they brought over a mediocre game, and they didn't make it worse.
If you just can't get enough gratuitous blood and gore, you're in for a treat. Gladiator has got enough of both to choke a horse. There are
What?
more than 60 death animations.
Why are you
reported
choking
to
a
be
horse
based
with
on
blood and
authentic
gore? That is a
historical
very...
data
I don't
with
like that
tasteful
turn of
flourishes such as
phrase.
decapitation and dismemberment. But it's not all historical simulation. You also hang out with the gods themselves. What more could you ask for? Publisher, acclaimed developer, acclaimed Manchester release date, fall 6/8, official US. PlayStation Magazine.
And then this game.
SF7 at NNRCRAE2 Eddings The Hobbit based on the prelude to The Lord of the Rings. This game doesn't adapt the style of the movie or Black Label's games based on Tolkien's novels, opting instead for a more kid-friendly look, appropriate given the source material's tone. During Bilbo's journey from Hobbiton to the Lonely Mountain,
I still gotta play The Hobbit. My brother had that on PC years ago, and I always saw it, and I always thought it looked cool.
Sierra developer, inevitable release date, September 23rd.
My brother had this on PC when I was a little kid, and I always wanted to play it. And now I can. And I've, for some reason, chosen not to. I should fix that. Maximo. Oh, is this the Ghosts and Goblins game? This game is sick. I've played it. I didn't get very far. I gotta, like, pick it up and play it again at some stage.
RR vs. Army of Zin. More heroism, less frustration in Army of Zin, the sequel to the solid yet flawed Maximo, Ghosts to Glory. Capcom wants to convey one central theme, heroism.
Oh, they made a
Not
sequel
enough
to that!
games show heroes being heroic.
I didn't know that had a
Senior
sequel.
Producer Mark Rogers. They're just out to save themselves. In order to illustrate selfless acts, Zin features distressed
Shit,
denizens in deathly peril throughout the game.
I might have
Saving them
to,
rewards old
like,
Max
download
Zin
some
not
of
only
these
the
and play
feeling of
them.
having done right, but also valuable power-ups.
Maybe I'll add
tips,
them to my
etc.
rompery list.
To further the effect, Rogers' team has added a bevy of new hacks and slashes, which can now be linked to earn style points. New bosses are both interesting and creative. Just look at the birdhouse to the right. And in response to complaints of Glory being
Hello,
too
Slim.
freaking hard, Zin is just as challenging, but less frustrating publisher.
You missed my Desert Bus
01
stream. I
Ionic
beat the
release
game.
date 7 Wegmum. WW.
My iPad's dead. Okay. I thought it was plugged in. It was not.
I'm gonna have to remember The Hobbit and also... Well, I guess just... Maximo vs. Army of Zin. Okay. I didn't know that one had a sequel. I just know of the original.
Starsky and Hutch, it's hard to beat Starsky.
It's a trilogy?
and Hutch for pure
Oh,
70s
shit.
TV cheese. And TV
I'll just have to
embraces
look
that
up the
cheese
trilogy.
wholeheartedly. But it's also offering some interesting
I've only ever
gameplay,
played the first game. I didn't know there were two others.
One player drives, the other shoots, using full wheel and light gun support if you choose. Best of
There's
all
no
is the
beating
narration
Dizzle.
throughout the game
That's
by
true. Well, I got a
Antonio
point in
Vargas,
it.
the original and eternal Huggy Bear publisher.
Did I turn around and go back? You fucking do that. I'm not doing that.
September KC44E.
You fucking turn around and go back at another point. I'm not fucking doing that.
SESS, SWAT, Global Strike Team. Keeping the peace in the near future can be a pain in the ass. You yell and yell at those pesky terrorists using a USB headset, like the one packed in with Sock'em, but they just won't get down. So then you end up having to shoot them in the face. Okay, maybe you don't have to. Maybe some
Oh,
of
it is
them
only
do
2
listen.
games? Sag.
But isn't it more fun to pretend you don't hear them surrender? Sure, it costs you points, but who cares?
I've only ever played the first one, and I wasn't
Publisher,
able to get very
Sierra
far.
Developer, Argonaut release date, October.
How about Revenge of the Mutant Ninja Turtles? Oh, wait. Why did I read Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? I don't know why I said Revenge of the Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I've never played the PS2 game. Is that any good?
Tango, if all else fails, then it's time to kick butt. Have you seen the new TMNT cartoon? As hard as it is for us to admit, it really does surpass the one we grew up with. We also have some pretty fond memories of plunking quarters into Konami's TMNT arcade game Zero. Could a PS2 version based on the same beat-em-up gameplay fundamentals actually top the classic we remember so well? There's a very good chance. As much as we thought the arcade game resembled a cartoon back in the day, the cel-shaded graphics of the new title make the old one look, well, like it's 14 years old. We're a bit disappointed that only 2 can play at once, but an extra tournament fighters like mode featuring everyone
Blame
from
Sony for
Casey
only
Jones
putting
to
2 controller
Splinter
ports on the
helps pick up
system.
The Slack publisher, Conan, developer, copyright release date, 100.
But yeah, I didn't know they made a TMNT game for the PS2. That sounds pretty interesting. Alright, what's this?
T. Ultra Echo. Thanks to a suit made of multiplast, the most sought-after element in the universe, your character...
Bork said you missed stuff from yesterday's stream. I mean, well, you can go back into my stream. You can also go back into his last stream. Because we both streamed at the same time.
Sneak around like a bug in stealth mode. This game won't change the world, but it should be fun. Publisher, TH, developer, Outrage release date, August I.
He was playing the new Scott Pilgrim game, and I was just like, oh, this looks really cool. Meanwhile, I'm looking at my screen and I'm playing Desert Bus. I gotta play more Battle Gaiden again. I forgot how much I loved this game.
Just don't expect any pewter figurines. The first time we saw this game, we were decidedly underwhelmed. It looked like any other futuristic FPS out there, with almost nothing of
What's
interest,
this game?
no hook to draw in anyone other than die-hard Warhammers. We're happy to report that the game
Warhammer
has come a
40K.
long
Oh,
way
this is the
over
one that,
past
like,
few months.
everyone hated, I think.
It's still not exactly earth-shaking, but the gameplay we're seeing these days is fast and furious, the graphics are crisp and detailed, and the enemies appear smart and powerful. We're starting to see a bit more of the story, too, which involves a race of demonic aliens.
This is the one that Wolfpack
with
said is
suitably
apparently
death metal
really
weapons
bad.
and settings, the sky turning to blood and all that, appropriate to the ridiculously futuristic timeline. 40,000 is the year. It's definitely looking more promising. Publisher 11, developer / release date. By MP1 Rupiah /LNN Hueh. While the original Lethal Skies wasn't exactly a barn burner, it had some interesting features. The sequel is capitalizing on
Lethal
those with more
Skies.
solid, realistic airplane controls, improved graphics, a deeper sci-fi story, and an even simpler, quicker interface. Add to that 7 new planes, more than 20 new missions, and 2-player split-screen combat, and it's obvious the game's getting more than a facelift. Publisher, Sammy developer, Asmic Ace release date, September.
That game looks alright. Lupin the Third.
Lupin III take a dash of Metal Gear-esque stealth gameplay, a dose of humor, and a dollop
Lupin
of
the
slick
Third, I
anime
think, is that based
style,
on an
and you've
anime
got
or
Lupin
something?
the Third.
I don't know, but
Based
I've
on the
definitely
hugely
seen...
popular anime sensation,
It is,
Lupin
yes.
is a light-hearted romp starring the eponymous womanizing thief along with his cohorts Jigen and Gomen, both of whom are also playable. Don't miss the anime on Cartoon Network while you wait for Lupin's fall release.
Oh, I guess Adult Swim was rerunning it. Or maybe just Cartoon Network. No, I think it was Adult Swim. Adult Swim was like the way that a lot of Americans got to see anime before the internet was a thing. Like, if there was ever an anime that turned out to be really big in America, like, i.e. Death Note, it was because of Adult Swim. Also, well, Cartoon Network early on, I think, showed some anime as part of their Toonami block.
Aravan USA PHGT7P at SSNS RTLLRWLMC Tabir TTR Susie, Mafia. Has GTA not quenched your thirst for a life of crime?
I've heard of
Journey
the...
back to a
I've heard of
time when
Mafia.
Tommy
I hear it's a
Vercetti
pretty
would have been
decent
seen as a
GTA clone.
second-rate pipsqueak. Set in the 1930s, Mafia follows the career of a mild-mannered cabbie who gets drawn into the underworld of organized crime. The shooting bits are fun enough, but it's the driving missions, complete with period vehicles, that have us excited. Publisher, Gathering Developer, Version Softworks release date, Fall CC 0% Mystery.
Hello, Renee. Go play Godfather for S. The game doesn't even exist. What the fuck are you on about, Karumi? It's like when you were like trying to make me play that one Konami like space school game that doesn't exist and doesn't even have like a prototype or anything. Kill Switch. I played the Game Boy Advance version of this. But apparently there's a console version, and it's probably pretty good.
Despite its bizarre title, Namco's upcoming third-person urban warfare shooter is worth checking out, thanks to some innovative new gameplay elements. Though it seems gimmicky at first, the ability to use surroundings for cover and aimlessly stick out your gun and spray bullets heightens the game's intensity. That said, you quickly begin to wonder why enemies always leave stacks of tires lying around. Publisher, Namco Developer, Namco release date, October.
How about True Crime? Oh, I think we saw a preview for this one as well. I've heard actually fairly decent things about this game.
Streets of LA, on note, not a GTA clone. There's been a lot of talk about all the new driving/killing/carjacking games coming up. Folks are saying these are all Grand Theft Auto knockoffs. Well, we're here to set the record straight about one of them, at least. True Crime is definitely not a GTA clone. Sure, the game lets you steal any car in the city. Sure, your character deals deeply
Samurai
with
Jack.
organized
Yep,
crime.
that's another one that was big on
Sure, you have the choice of following story-based missions
Harvey-
or performing free.
Oh yeah, there was a Harvey Birdman game.
Sure,
How the
you
fuck
can
does that
fight
work?
With a broad arsenal of weapons or go hand to hand. There, where were we going with this? Oh yeah, not a GTA clone. Because it's set in Los Angeles. And you play as a cop. And you can shoot two guns at once. Did we mention it's set in LA?
I've heard the True Crime game is actually pretty decent. I don't know if it's a GTA clone, but I've heard it's decent. Bukai 2? What's this? Oh, Dragon Ball Z Bukai, Oh, Budokai 2. Dragon Ball Z game. This can either be really good or really bad. There's very little in between.
Yeah. Wow, what a difference a year can make. Last year's solid playing but wholly mediocre looking Budokai is getting a sequel, and it looks like it'll kick the original's ass, visually, anyway.
Harvey Birdman game
Only
plays like
cel-shaded
Phoenix Wright.
character
Oh, that stands to
models for all
reason.
34 fighters and 8 arenas, the game arguably looks better than the cartoon it's based on. But looks aren't the only area where Budokai 2 promises to top its predecessor. The game also features a new Dragon mode, in which players battle alongside computer-controlled fighters as they work together to collect all 7 Dragon Balls.
These games are
Add to
pretty
that
big.
the ability
Oh,
to
these games
perform
got pretty
fusions,
big? Okay.
merging 2 characters for greater power, and it looks like Budokai 2 will appeal to more than just fans of the show. Publisher,
Well, it did.
A121 developer, IMP's release date, December.
Looks like a decent fighting game. Like I said, there were a bunch of Dragon Ball Z games, and they turned out to either be unbelievably, surprisingly good, or predictably really, really bad.
I played a couple on the Game Boy Advance, and I would say by and large, they turned out to be really good. One of them, I forget what it was, like, I really didn't like, though. It was like some fighting game, and it controlled really bad. Sega 3D Ages. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, I see. They aren't, like, reviewing that. Those are just... Or is that just a coupon? Yeah, there were, They, brought this out, and it was kind of controversial. Which I don't understand. People tend to hate, especially on the port of Golden Axe, and I don't understand why. I thought it was totally fine.
JNHL 2004 2% 1.
PS2 library is massive, like the GBA library. Oh, it's bigger than the GBA library.
Aside from the basic look of it all, NHL 2004 is a completely different gaming experience. A new control scheme moves the hit button to the right analog stick, giving you more control over your punishing blows. EA Black Box has also ensured your ability to make long passes down the ice, as opposed to automatically shooting toward your closest teammate, and you'll hear all about it thanks to a more serious commentary than last year's, courtesy of play-by-play announcer Jim Hewson and color commentator Craig Simpson. According to the game's associate producer, Dean Richards, NHL 2004 is also probably going to set the benchmark for Dynasty modes. Check out the sidebar to see what he's talking about. As far as online play goes, don't expect anything super fancy, but definitely count on voice chat publisher, £4.5p0 RTS developer, Black Fox release date, September AEE.
Yeah, I've definitely... The PS2 library and the PS1 library are absolutely massive, to a point where I don't think I would ever do an alphacade on them. As much as I would like to, I'm thinking if I were to do anything, I would just take care of the simple 1500/2500 games. That in and of itself would be kind of a feat to tackle, but I would at least be prepared to do that. I think there's something like 100 plus simple 1500 games, and then like an equal amount of 2500 games.
It's your team, you are the
and the Wii as well is another one that's just like absolutely massive and not really worth going through.
Franchise mode in Madden. But from what we've seen, it looks like NHL 2004's may be even deeper. As in EA's NFL title, you can manage your roster by signing free agents, trading players, managing contracts, etc. There's also an upgrade system, pictured right, that, as you gain experience, allows you to enhance such specifics as coaching, players get better with each increase, and the team's gym adds to their strength attribute.
The DS is another one. DS is another one that I would like to look at, but I feel like it would be just too massive. Definitely, once I'm done with GBA, I want to, like, reward myself with something like the Neo Geo that has, like, maybe 200 some games, and all of them are pretty good.
NFL Game Day 2004, last year's Game Day, was a big step up from the series' previous PS2 installments. That's not saying much, unfortunately. Of course, 989 tells us the 2004 edition is the greatest ever due to its improved gameplay, player models, AL, and online structure. The fact that we still don't have reviewable code for a game that's probably out as you read this, though, reinforces our "we'll believe it when we see it" state of mind.
How about NFL Blitz Pro? Oh, the NFL Blitz games were really good. They were like the really arcadey ones.
NFL Blitz Pro. Everyone has a great arcade football time with Blitz, what with its over-the-top tackles, fast pace, and moments of being on fire. But as the past few years have demonstrated, if you've
It didn't
played
even
one
use a
version,
real
you've
arcade
played them
stick?
all. Not anymore.
Did it not? Was it
With
not like
NFL
micro
Blitz
switched?
Pro, Midway offers a closer to Sim style of gameplay, 11 on 11 instead of 7 on 7, for example, while maintaining the hard hits and core arcade elements.
I mean, for the price they were asking for Neo Geo games, you better fucking add a fucking micro switch to it, Jesus. Even rich people can't get decent arcade sticks? God damn. What a sick world we live in. Anyway, NFL Blitz. Buy that. Also, maybe buy NFL or ESPN NHL hockey.
Moss IW Fees BNW Worsby. The Total Sports Network meets hockey just as we saw this month with ESPN NFL football. See page 98. Sega has taken full advantage of its last year of development to incorporate the Sports Network's signature style into each of its new games. ESPN NHL Hockey even one-ups NFL by featuring play-by-play. From what equals we've heard, really great play-by-play from actual ESPN announcers Gary Thorne and Bill Clement, not generic voice actors as far as gameplay is concerned. What more can you ask for? NHL 42K3 absolutely amazed us, and the game formerly known as NHL 2K4 only improves upon its predecessor with new animations. We love the diving shot, and a few subtle graphic enhancements. You can also try your hand at skills competitions like those seen on All-Star Saturday, and playing 2-on-2 on the hits like Mini Rink is a TE blast. And oh yeah, did we mention you can finally play online? Publisher, 5co5 developer, Visual Concepts/Kush Games release date, September.
Anyway, this is Wembley 2000... Oh. Or Wrigley 2004. Okay, yeah, so baseball. Not
Rugby
tennis.
2004 publisher, EA Sports developer, HB Studios release date, September. Most Americans know nothing about rugby.
Oh,
That's
rugby.
probably why
Oh,
the
I
United
see.
States sucks so much in this game. And who knew Samoa was so freaking good?
Okay, that's barely a write-up on the game.
Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2004 publisher, EA Sports developer, EA Sports release date, fall. One of the coolest things about Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2004 is the ability to create a golfer from scratch. Using a robust character creation tool, you can make a golfer who looks like, well, pretty much anyone. We're also
Oh yeah, well
to
the
get
CD
into some
game,
real-time online
the CD
play for
used
the
like an
first time
actual
in a golf
controller,
game.
just had like a micro switched
Other
kind of.
additions include new golfers, lots of new courses, and a few new arcade modes.
I don't know what you would call that, just like a micro switched D-pad or like thumbstick kind of. Except it's not analog, so you can't really call it like a thumbstick. Well, I guess it's like a digital thumbstick almost. It's a strange thing, but it's the same thing they put in like the Neo Geo Pocket in the color.
NBA Shootout 2004 publisher, Sony CEA developer, 989 Sports release date. Late September. 989's newest Hoops title includes all 50 of the NBA's greatest all-time players together in one game for the first time, plus a greatly improved career mode.
I gotta play, I wonder if I should add Neo Geo CD games. I wonder if I should do Neo Geo CD games at some point. I would like to, mainly because... I wonder if instead of doing Neo Geo, I should do the Neo Geo CD. Because, like, I'm gonna be playing most of the same games, plus there's gonna be more, like, home console games, like, apparently a Samurai Showdown RPG. That's what I'm interested in.
NCAA Gamebreaker 2004 publisher, Sony CEA developer, 989/Red Zone release date, August with online play. This could be the year that Gamebreaker bursts back into the minds of college football gamers. But it's probably not.
Okay. And then finally this.
World Championship Pool publisher, Jalico developer, Blade release date.
Oh shit, Jalico was around this far.
A game with real-life pool pros. There's plenty of stuff in this game for casual players, too.
Okay. How about Robin Hood? There's a Robin Hood game?
Chris Zimmerman.
Oh, there were a couple.
Voice heroes never die. Lended her voice regard, turn, parry, thrust, spin. It's not easy to pigeonhole Robin Hood, Defender of the Crown, into one genre. Like the classic PC game on which it's based, Robin Hood mixes turn-based strategy with an array of action sequences, only more so where the original
turn-based strategy, that's a choice you could have done.
With the strategic segments, this updated version adds archery raids to capitalize on the new Robin Hood focus. And you'll find a lot more action this time around. The balance between the two modes of play evens out much more nicely. Story and strategy also play a major role, of course. In your quest to reclaim England's crown,
and speaking of playing a
you
major role,
interact with many
X7.
characters from British history and the Robin Hood legend, from Little John to Will Scarlet. Tally ho! Publisher, Socom developer, Nemoware release date, August.
Yeah, I've heard Mega Man X7 is like one that a lot of people don't like.
Mega Man X7. Wanna know the weird thing about Mega Man X7? Of the game's 3 characters, our 15-year-old blue-armored pal is used the least. Don't get too disappointed, though. Zero and Axel, no relation to Rose, kick their fair share of ass through both.
Actually, there was a relation to Guns N' Roses, apparently.
The latter of Mega Man X first. Series newcomer Axel has the sweet ability to adapt the attack methods of his enemies and use them for himself.
How about R-Type Final? I think I played this one, and it's actually pretty decent.
Type Final. Now that IDOS Fresh Games label has picked up Irem's fine-looking R-Type Final, we didn't hesitate to check out the Japanese version. Final displays everything in glorious 3D, while maintaining perfect 2D gameplay, similar to Einhander. The most shocking part, though, is the number of ships available, 51, and the number of weapons each can carry. This could be the most in-depth shooter ever.
Yeah, R-Type Final I remember playing and liking quite a bit.
Rated M for mature. Trust us, you know those video games you see on the news, the ones that the politicians wave around while saying, your kids are
The
playing
Suffering.
this, and it's ruining them? The Suffering is gonna be one of those games, big time. Things start out simply enough when a badass convict
I don't think it
named
was. I don't
Torque
think anyone's
arrives at
ever
a
heard of this game.
1950s jail. Oh, sure, there's your typical uncensored prison chat. Will you shut the F up, you baby raping, sodomizing act of SH1, but nothing you wouldn't see on Fine Family Viewing X0Z. Soon enough, though, man-sized spider-like creatures emerge and start killing everyone with their sword-shaped appendages. All hell breaks loose. As Torque, it's your job to survive. Don't let the voices IR your head drive you insane as you team up with survivors, or kill them if you want, and try to find out just what the hell is happening. Your play choices determine one of the game's 3 ending, publisher / Ique developer, Cal release date, 10H.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like an interesting game. I might have to check out The Suffering. I've never heard of this game. Let me... Oh, it's not... I might have to check out The Suffering. Sounds like an interesting kind of, like, I don't know if it's like GTA-esque or what, but I don't know. Sounds like an action game. I might have to check it out. Alright, coming soon. What's coming soon? In August, we have Alter Ego. Well, this is the September issue. I don't know why. Well, I guess because it was... Yeah. We've got Bombastic. We've got Buffy. Yeah. Rising Sun. Oh, I know this game. This game's sick. I played some of it. I wasn't able to get very far, but I liked what I saw. I think I have the theme song to this in my playlist, actually.
Yeah, tease about 5 minutes since the / opening scene of Medal of Honor / Rising Sun has come to a close, and I'm still shaken by it. Here I am, seated in the demo room of EA's Los Angeles studios, trying to convey to the development team how amazed I am by what just witnessed, and can't. The words simply fail me. This scene, which manages to pack more action and emotion into 15 minutes than most games do in their entirety, is single-handedly the most impressive piece of video gaming I've ever seen. Can tell you this honestly, believe now have a better understanding of what it was like to be at Pearl Harbor. To imagine the horror of being on one of those ships when the first torpedoes hit is simply
I'm thinking
impossible,
of Rising Zen.
and yet can't help but feel that now have some small idea of what utter chaos it must have been. Also have a better picture of just how massive a force the Japanese led against the United States that day. I've seen plenty of films on Pearl Harbor, but none has impressed this upon me as much as when in Rising Sun you reach the California's main deck and look to the heavens. Silhouetted against a finely painted backdrop of clouds, hundreds of planes dot the sky. It's a stunning picture, and one that will forever be ingrained in my memory. My inability to speak comes as no sir.
Now I'm bleeding! I want my Intellivision.
Prize to the EA team, though. After all, my reaction is pretty much the same as that of the thousands of gamers who would tune-nest this same demo at the Electronic Entertainment Expo a few months ago. The members of the team can't help but smile and get the feeling they're more than a little proud. They should be, with 2S. This new Pearl Harbor sequence, they've managed to outdo even the incredible D-Day scene that opens Medal of Honor, Frontline. If you played through it, you know this is saying a lot. What strikes me most about this Pearl Harbor sequence is just how spectacular it is. The Medal of Honor developers have always prided themselves on the cinematic nature of their games, but Rising Sun clearly takes things to a new level. The T-game opens on a picturesque Waikiki beach, where a man and woman ogle each other under a brilliant sunset. Hawaiian music crackles from a radio as the camera moves back to reveal that this image is actually the top half of a calendar. The date is circled to reveal that it is end December 7th, 1941. The camera pulls back further to display photos of our hero, Joe Griffin, with his family, along with a sword, 2 lead letters and memorabilia, then further 3 to show Joe and fellow Marines asleep in their bunks on the USS California. That's when the first torpedo hits. In terms of its direction, the opening is pure Hollywood.
I'll finish this review and then look at that link.
Tarina's AIIND's exceptional production values extend into the gameplay. Carefully interspersed throughout the action sequences are scripted events that give the illusion you're playing a real movie. After the first explosions below deck, you're engulfed by fire. A fellow Marine tosses you an extinguisher to help put it out. And when you do finally make it to the deck, that jab back into reality comes as such a shock. According to the team, Frontline had about 30 of these scripted events. Rising Sun has about 300. One of the reasons we're able RLCCSSOARRIPSH say.
Launching your ships. Battling robots. Flying a plane.
Bled our design staff with this game, our lead designer Christopher Costus explains. Medal of Honor had 5 design JRs, and for Rising Sun we have 10, 1 ST for each level. Because of this extreme attention to the story, the team deemed it necessary to storyboard the entire game, exactly what's done for movies. Since we're trying 3ing to incorporate a more complicated out story than before, it made sense to work as out most of the kinks first by doing storyboards that covered the whole game, Cross explains. He then shows me a DVD.
Okay, let's look at the link. What about this? Oh, this is... Oh, this is pretty cool. I'm gonna have to add this to my I'm adding this to my playlist. I like this.
that contains the animatics, animated storyboards, created for the game. I'm shocked. The entire game is walked through, scene by scene, with sketches and animation. It even includes voice acting and a soundtrack. It's like watching Rising Sun, the movie, cross jokes. Imagine my surprise when first see it, though. No, they do this sort of stuff for movies, but games? Apparently, they do now. As journey through EA's offices to see more of the game, recognize all sorts of examples of this team mirroring Hollywood's methodology. The art direction, for example, goes well above and beyond anything I've seen before in games. The extraordinarily talented art director Tom Ong, creator of concept art for such TV shows as The X-Files, informs me of his UWPN.
European Assault. Yeah, there there were a couple good Medal of Honor games. I don't remember which one my friend had, but I remember it actually started with a flying section before it got into like the FPS stuff.
LHA-NI rationale behind Rising Suns are visuals. The greatest feature of art directing Medal of Honor, Rising Sun in the Pacific Theater 3 is contrast, he says as he points to several of his paintings on the wall. In the war-torn European theater, the palette tends towards desaturated, dark, and gritty. The old architecture is familiar to us in Western Civilization 7 tie-in. These things serve to create a foreboding backdrop to war. He then directs my attention to some of Rising Sun's Asian set listings. Contrast is to be found in multiple areas in the Pacific Theater. The Japanese foe comes to us from a very different Eastern culture. The environments are sometimes pristine jungle settings. Paradise seems a contrary landscape to wage a war. It's 5 as more inviting than foreboding. And the palette in Paradise can. Range into rich, saturated colors. This Western versus Eastern palette becomes even more apparent when you examine the characters in the game. For the United States, we drew on the inspiration of painters AI illustrators such as Dean Cornwell, Norman Rockwell, Arkansas J.C. Leyendecker, he says, as he points out the chiseled, hero look of the everyman American, then he moves over to the Asia characters. Looking again at Japanese woodblock prints ANC screens, we wanted to apply same flowing, elegant lines ANC shapes evident in those figures onto our Japanese characters. I'm amazed at how much thought has gone into the many faces. Ong even claims to take tie-in from the blocky utilitarianism of the Western alphabet and the flowing curves and organic.
They've really had a detailed write-up on this game. They really wanted you to buy this, or at least be hyped for it. I don't know, is Rising Sun a good game? I think SlimNim basically seems to be saying yes, it is.
Sumi brushwork of kanji. All of these ideas were translated into 2 distinct visual styles. The Americans appear more angular, rugged, chiseled, with a warm, saturated palette. The Japanese have curved surfaces, flowing lines, a samurai-like silhouette, and a cool, faded, desaturated palette, he explains. Rising Sun also marks the first time a Medal of Honor game is using a team dedicated solely to lighting, a team made up in large part of people with Hollywood experience. One of the reasons joined EA is that the team isn't afraid of borrowing cinematic lighting to heighten gameplay, lighting artist Zach Schloppy tells me. One of my personal
Zach Schloppy,
observations
that's a
regarding
great
many
name.
games is that they tend to overlight areas and rely heavily on a direct global illumination solution, using practical lights as their only source of light. Although this may be technically correct, it tends to be emotionally void and visually flat. He walks me through some of the Burmese jungle settings, where we see organic pools of light created by openings in the forest canopy. I often recall the Disney technique of forcing the eye to the official US PlayStation magazine. Center of an image by framing it with silhouettes. Typically, along a player's path or an open area, we take every opportunity to create distinct regions of lit and shaded spaces, so there is always a sense of framing a far-off area with shaded objects that are nearer to the player. It's also surprising to see how much time and effort is being spent on building the actual envy/environments. It's as if they're treated like sets. Environmental artist Raj Joshi shows me a massive temple he's spent weeks building. In the game, it's where Yamashita supposedly melted looted gold bars. What's amazing to me is that Raj actually took the time to intricately build the structure, only to tear much of it down later. I had to build the temple in the mindset of the Buddhists that were creating it as a place of worship, he explains, as he navigates his way through it on his desktop. After that first half of the process, then had to play the role of time, nature, and the Japanese soldiers who were all working against.
It's funny, they
the
have
original
like this
majesty and
entire like
pristine nature of private structure.
3+ page
In
spread
real life,
on
it
the
is not too
game,
difficult to smash
and
things and cause wear and tear.
like a
Unfortunately,
10-minute
in the computer-
short, like covering a lot of the same ground. It's kind of interesting. They really, really wanted you to buy this game. And apparently it was pretty good, so the hype was worth it, I guess, but they really wanted you to buy this.
There is no 3D hammer can wield to break this massive structure apart. It is pretty tedious, but overall quite rewarding to make the temple feel more battered and decrepit. It makes all the difference to breathe some life and death into that temple and give it the character that one would expect from a long-standing relic. He's right. As he walks me through corridors in the temple, pieces of the wall have crumbled away, allowing light from the outside to shine through. The details are spectacular. I'm then given a demonstration of the animations in the game. Listening to lead animator Dave Curry speak about the team's dedication to detail, you almost imagine he's choreographing people in real life. The Japanese soldiers, while running, would hold their weapon in one hand, out to the side. He shows me, letting animations run on his screen. The US Marines would run with the official US PlayStation magazine.
Enemies feel is pretty real. The actual underground installations are well designed. Yeah. I mean, a lot of care and attention was put into this game, clearly. Weapon
held by both hands. Stylistically, This was really cool for the game, since the player is Vard, presented with two different war-looking silhouettes and can learn ES who is friendly and who is not by their running style. But the level hat of detail goes so much deeper than that. He explains that if you look closely, even the way in HT which Japanese and American soldiers dive to the ground in the game is animated differently. Why, whenever a Japanese soldier would go
For a
from
PS2,
run or
it's really
stand,
good. Okay.
ING attack and go down to being prone on the ground, he would RA not let his weapon hit the ground first. After all, it would be insulting the honor of the Bout Emperor, since the weapon was considered a gift from him. So, the Japanese had some the awkward ways of getting to a prone position and from a prone on in position, getting up to a standing E attack. In contrast, the USS Marines were trained to place their weapon on the ground in such a way as to break their fall. While he's telling me this, he's acting things out in his office, not in the game. Of course, one aspect that has RN always had its roots in film is Medal of Honor's audio, headed developed by Skywalker Sound alum Eric Krabber. Here, he once again pushes his team to come up with something that rivals the best from Hollywood. We have here almost 4 times as many sounds and more than twice the music of Frontline, he tells me. Also, our music, ambience, SFX, and dialogue are now more responsive and immersive, has ended a more closely shadow the player's decisions during gameplay. He is enthused about the SS sound recording that was done for this new installment. We had weapons from Japan, Australia, UK, and, of course, the US. We fired live rounds and 1G blanks to have different sound textures to work with, and we recorded in multiple locations to get the different reverberant characteristics of different.
Alright. Oh my god, there's still more. I mean, this is interesting that they are, like, sharing all of this, like, behind-the-scenes shit. It's just for a game I don't really care about.
Climates and landscapes, G. Krabber is also excited about the fact that, for the first time in a Medal of Honor game, he was able to have several of his voice actors performing their lines together. The interaction between actors makes the inerne GY of the scenes come alive, he claims. When someone gets angry, they all feed off of it. When someone is scared, there is a heightened sense of tension in everyone's performance that makes it all feel believable. The team then proceeds to show me the Midnight EE raid on Guadalcanal mission, where you take on the Japanese defenses with a squad. It's surprising how well the dialogue between your team flows. It's not just the voices that make these scenes work, /section O, though, it's the characters. With Rising Sun, the team has taken lessons from Hollywood in how to create real characters, ones you'd actually give a damn about. Several of these characters make recurring appearances throughout the game, with the 4-pound intention that you become connected to them. Emotion is defiant nightly the motivating factor in making persistent characters that follow you across the levels, Cross tells me as he boots up one sequence. There are some events later on that will have much more impact if you had some connection with the other main characters. What for he's talking about, as he soon shows me, is that characters in the game, friends, will die. And there will also be times when Zero, you'll perhaps have to risk your life to save someone, but you make that decision. You decide if it's worth risking your neck. And if the Rising Sun team can pull things off right, scenes like these will affect you emotionally. It's right around then that I start to think about how far the Medal of Honor series has really come. What was once a first-person shooter with an emphasis on historical events has matured into this epic adventure that lets you truly experience history while it tells a story. In the back of my head, can't help but imagine Steven Spielberg envisioning this when he came up with the franchise so many 5 years ago. But it's that concept of being able to make your own 5 life and death decisions in Medal of Honor that really sticks in my head, while it's clear that the Medal of Honor team is constantly striving to make its games more like Hollywood. Films realized that it's also now beginning to exploit its own medium. The fact that you'll come to a point in a narrative where you can choose your own outcome is something movies will never be able to offer. It makes me ponder the possible ties. The team apparently ponders them, too. I've always said that one can make an audience cry in a genuine way. That's when I'll retire, Cross-N tells me. The tools the industry is developing are making this 33 ideal a possibility much sooner. One who knows, maybe I'll be in 5 years. Somehow, don't think he's that far off.
What's this?
Hello! Hello. It is I, LCX, and welcome to the stream.
Veronica Stories? I've never heard of this game. It looks pretty decent. So it's an RPG? You're gonna make Ronnie play Sky Gunner? Oh, okay, I think I know what that is, maybe. Alright, here we go. Here are the reviews. This is always the most, this is always the part I look forward to the most with these things. Here's the review for Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness. Oh boy. This game is so bad that they remade it, and even that version sucked.
ONB Raider is gaming's most obvious contribution to pop culture. Lara Croft has become bigger than the thing that made her famous in the first place, and the franchise is one of the only video games to make a successful transition to movies. You'd think, with such a valuable asset under their control, that the game's keepers would be more careful with it. The Angel of Darkness is disappointing at best. Given the heritage and the burden it carries as a flag bearer for video gaming, it's appalling. Much is made of the new darker, moodier vibe. If you can sit through the odiously pompous musings of the development team as they ramble on in the documentary that's featured as an extra on the DVD about why Tomb Raider is so fabulous, you'll possibly be sold on it. Unfortunately, the execution of the actual game is nowhere near the 9-inch nails video treatment we're led to believe we're set for. It's more like the musings of a teenage goth with bad taste in literature. Seriously, you have to be wary of anything that features Nephilim. The biggest issue I have with it is that the controls are atrocious. In light of games like Splinter Cell allowing you to freely
The controls are
your
really bad, even as compared to the other Tomb Raider games. It's kind of amazing how they made that work.
Meant in such a natural way that you hardly ever have to think about the controls, Angel's system becomes laughable. Lara never looks like she's comfortable in her environment. She can't even open a door
Almost as bad
without
as when they
shuffling
transferred.
sideways
I mean, I
and
would argue
standing
this
in
is worse than
exactly the
that.
right place.
Because this was on the
PS2,
PS2. Like, the PS1, people didn't know what controls were and how 3D environments should work. By the PS2, they should have kind of known better. Hello, Sir Jacob.
Who never spoke to each other, and have possibly never before interacted with a video game through a joypad. The upshot, aside from making
You love
feel
Splinter Cell? This ain't no
harshly
Splinter Cell,
uncomfortable,
buddy.
is that
This
you'll
is
often
Tomb Raider
fall to
Angel
your
of
death Or make
Darkness.
some kind of dumb mistake because you were struggling with the mechanics of the game rather than the challenges facing you. The logic is all a bit wacky, too. Why, for example, can Lara charge through some locked doors but not others? Why can she move certain large objects but she can't push a mattress out? I ate out of the way. Why is there only one person visible on the busy streets of Paris? And why is it a hooker? Why are some events only triggered by specific conversations, but if you reload your game and have the exact same chat, the outcome isn't the same? Why can you kill a dog by kicking it a few times, but filling it full of bullets has no effect? Why, for that matter, does Lara go around killing? People even though she's avoiding a single murder charge? Why do people fall over and completely disappear even if you've only punched them a couple of times? Why is such a big deal made of new boy Curtis' abilities when he does so little with them? If he's such a Ninja Jedi badass, why doesn't he act like one? The game is full of what the moments, and more often than not, they're simply because of crappy design. Angel is one of the sloppiest big-budget games we've seen in a long time, and given that it was 3 years in the making, how can this be excusable? Wouldn't mind if the game was fun or enjoyable, but it's not. It feels like it goes on for way too long.
There was so much hype behind this game, too. Like, we were looking at a magazine from 2001 that was hyping this game up.
The bits where Lara is rating tunes that really capture the imagination. Perhaps Core should remember what made
Or, I'm sorry, it was
Lara
2000. Or was it 2001? I don't remember. I think both cases. They were both hyping this game up, and, well, as you've seen and read, Yeah, it was a bit of a disappointment. Futurama, on the other hand, I've played this game. It's actually kind of surprisingly, well, kind of hit or miss. Which is better than I would have expected.
DPA publisher, Vivendi Universal Developer, UDS MSRP $4,999 ESRB
$49.99.
has seen the future as done by the 3D third-person adventure Futurama, and it is zero-filled with endless platforms to leap on, strange beings with overbites, alcoholic robots, and a junk to collect. Pleasantly dystopian and imbued with a sense of whimsy, this future comes cel-shaded and jammer-packed with every platforming cliché its developers could cram into it. Futurama serves up a lost-on episode of the now-cancelled animated show, with the villain Lucas Mom taking over
God, this was
Earth
when it
and
was
the beleaguered
cancelled.
crew of the Planet Express attempting to set things right. Players take the role of the idiot man
Before they brought it
Fry,
back to
the
Comedy
one-eyed
Central.
pilot Leela, Bender the foul-mouthed automaton, and the crustacean Dr. Swabber. Each has its own style of play and unique features. Fry goes through his levels gunning down mutants and robots, Swabber can plow along on a mount, Bender can perform a butt stomp, and so on. The variation among
I gotta continue
characters is
watching
minimal.
Futurama.
However, the video game equivalent of using red shoelaces instead of white ones. No matter which character is being trolled, the song remains the same and, though initially fun, it quickly becomes toneless. Jumping puzzles form the meat of play, with simple puzzles, item collection, fighting, and exploration rounding out the picture. For the most part, the platforming action is remarkably forgiving, which is a godsend since players 78 are forced to deal with a camera system that's obstinate at best. In cramped quarters, it's necessary to adjust and readjust the view, just as it's necessary to adjust.
Yeah, this game is alright, but I mean, it's kind of rough around the edges, but better than you might expect for a game license that uses Futurama as a license.
And readjust it everywhere else, save for perhaps at the pause screen. When Futurama stabs at creativity, it often misses. One neat scene has Fry boarding a giant chicken robot to blast away at T-Mom's evil robots. The perspective shifts to first person and players are expected to use RTH lasers and missiles to decimate the enemies. It's a welcome escape from hopping on, insert random platform here, but so poorly done as to be almost unworkable. Aiming here means battling with improperly tuned and controls that are entirely too sensitive. One tap of the analog stick jerks the crosshairs in the S direction of frustration. Own the music, much of which is remixed from the show, bravely attempts to establish a sense of urgency, but ends up as an unwelcome distraction. At 118 point, Futurama offers up a youth musical gem whose entire lyrics seem to be 1, 1, 1. 1, adder 1, 1, 3. It's exactly the sort of techno-style on music we imagine dictator Adolf Hitler and then his squeeze Eva Braun to be making out to in the bowels of hell right this very minute. Solid voice acting from the entire
So you didn't
cast
like
of
the
show,
music is what I'm understanding.
Unlockables aplenty, and cool quips almost, but not quite. NIS sweeten the sour medicine that itches Futurama to the point of RS redemption. It's hard to hate something this genuinely funny. Unfortunately, it's not particularly easy to love it either. Greg Orlando 3.
Alright, Alien versus Predator. Extinction.
Developer, Ono MSRP, $3,999 ESRB, teen on the surface, aliens and predators seem like a bit of an odd choice for a real-time strategy game.
No, that could work.
These folks beating the crap out of each other, then devouring us poor humans almost as an afterthought, not carefully
Asking about Manhunt. This is a magazine, Sir Jacob.
Luckily, the developer appears to have felt the same way, because once you get into the game, you realize that even though it's an RTS, there's a whole lot more carnage than strategy. Normally, that would bother me, but found myself liking this somewhat unique blend of action and strategy. In part, this is because the game offers 3 distinctly different races, aliens, predators, and humans, to play as or fight against. The differences between the races are substantial enough that it almost feels like 3 games in one, and although each race has only 7 missions, they're plenty long unfortunately, they're also awfully monotonous. Most levels consist primarily of trudging your way around the map until you come across an item you've been told to look for but have been given no hint as to where it is. This wouldn't be so bad if the levels weren't designed
Hey,
as
I was just
mazes.
talking about Rising's
Getting
End.
from one end to the other usually involves weaving your way back and forth to avoid arbitrarily placed mountain ranges. That's not all bad, though, because by making it so hard to uncover areas of the map, the game really ratchets up the tension. Sham. If you spend your time playing the underdog humans, working your way through a darkened map can be very tense indeed. The motion sensors that your synthetics carry emit clicks and pings straight from the Alien movies, ID increasing in pitch and frequency as the movement gets closer. It's pretty neat to find yourself in the middle of a migration of aliens, hearing frantic pinging and seeing dots moving all around the periphery of your field of view. Since Extinction requires so little in the way of actual strategy, it probably deserves the title RTS Lite more than Army Men RTS ever did. In spite of this, it brings enough new features to the table to make it worth checking out if you're into the genre. Don't expect anything too terribly deep and you won't be disappointed.
Sir Jacob, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. We're talking about Alien vs. Predator Extinction, which is an RTS.
Bombastic 7 publisher, Capcom developer, Street H MSRP, $999 ESRB, Fury 1 WW. The original Devil Dice is just a hairpiece shy of being too complex for its own good. The need to line up dice B so they're all showing the same D number on the top comes really close to requiring one too many K neurons for even a puzzle game of fans such as myself. But the game end keeps the challenge just inside that IR
Bombastic.
boundary.
I didn't know they made a
The
sequel to Devil
boundary
Dice.
that divides the maddeningly addictive puzzle games from those W that are just plain maddening. TL Bombastic not only steps over D that line, it doesn't appear to be aware that such a line exists. If you were to innocently mention rumors F of the line in casual conversation, Y Bombastic would probably punch GU in the face and then try to convince the cops you did it to yourself. If adding Bomberman-esque explosions, throwing in enemies, and giving the whole game and see action vibe isn't deliberately sadistic, then I'd have to call it just plain stupid. Can't think of another Pooh's-ly game that makes less sense. Euro look really like puzzle games. V beat Builder's Block, fair Chris E6. But about halfway through Bombastic's quest mode, turn/off the game to play real fishing ill. Let me say that again, turned of a puzzle game to play a fishing game.
Wow. So, there was a sequel to Devil Dice, and there's a reason that nobody's heard of it, because it's apparently not good. I mean, it seems mostly like the original. So, I don't know. People liked the original, I guess just... they only wanted one of it.
Real fishing's good, but come on. Yes, no, I'm being harsh here. This is probably because was so looking forward to playing a PS2 version of Devil Dice that couldn't help but be disappointed by Bombastic. To be fair, the game does have some really sharp presentation and a truly adorable Hello Kitty-ish vibe. And all this ranting about the game's complexity doesn't mean it's a bad game, it's just, in my mind, a huge step backward from the previous game. If Devil Dice were a person, Bombastic would be that person after going through a complex surgical procedure involving a lobotomy and the attachment of several new limbs and digits in unexpected places. Perhaps there's a whole club of you out there who like your puzzle games needlessly complex. If so, you're in for a treat. Maybe the most irritating thing is that, for all its complexity, Bombastic isn't the slightest bit difficult. It's not at all hard to beat, blasted through the quest mode in an afternoon. In the other modes, like the ludicrously busy 5-player Wars mode, you can do just as 5. Well, by blindly twiddling the D-pad as you would by paying attention and making your moves carefully. And that's just dumb.
Bye, Arus. Alright, how about Freaky Flyers? I think I've heard of this game.
And Freaky Flyers publisher, DV developer, now MSRP $900 ESRB. There was a time found games like Mario Kart, Crash Team Racing Me, and Speed Punk's a total blast to replay. But they were followed by a hello barrage of wannabes that weren't in. Now comes Freaky Flyers, a game OES that offers a fresh spin on kart racing. Despite some notable faults, it single-handedly has me enjoying the genre again. If you ever played Diddy Kong /G Racing on N64, imagine a game full of that title's airplane races.
Oh, that sounds pretty interesting.
Decidedly more vast and spacious, with all sorts of things going on. In the background, animals playsel ing hockey, gladiators fighting in 50, an arena, etc. Often found myself not caring how fared in ing a race, opting instead to check out my surroundings performing certain tasks. Shoot ing a bull to start a stampede, for the example, might open a chain of odes, turbo boosts, or other helpful play tours, and the size of the courses TAS allows for a variety of alternate pad routes, only some of which I'd actually qualify as shortcuts, unlike highly. And most kart racers, available routes are usually immediately apparent. The game comes complete with fairly typical Special 3 weapons, but shooting down other freaks with unlimited bullets does boy CD too little. Something new equals one. Only wish there were more of these fine courses to race through PE with just 8 available, plus 4 5-meter amusing mini-games that essentials. LY turn the game into a shooter. Freaky theoretically shouldn't take much time to play through. An exceptional upping of the difficulty in the latter part of the game ensures otherwise, however.
And yeah, this game is apparently pretty good. It's 3.5 stars. Alright, not too bad.
Having to find the one quick route through so you can finish first can prove very frustrating. I shouldn't need to spend 2 hours to beat one race. The game's humor, one of its most touted selling points, also disappoints me. Some of the dialogue may induce a few chuckles, and the characters definitely give off that funny vibe, if not overly stereotypical, with names like Wasabi and Island Jack, but the delivery leaves something to be desired. The cutscenes just try too hard to make you laugh. And does the narrator really need to sound like your best friend's bad imitation of Don Pardo? Well, maybe that's appropriate. These flyers aren't ready for prime time, but they can still thoroughly amuse you for a few hours before you return them to Blockbuster. Chris Baker. We The Great Escape Can publisher, Gotham LDM developer, SC.
Never heard of this
Hotel
one.
at MSRP $3,995 ESRB. Everyone reviving this classic 1963 film in its video game form is a great idea, 50 especially with the current popularity of games like the Medal of Less, Honor, and Wolfenstein series give what's better. It's not just another early first-person shooter. The Great Escape effectively mixes a variety of the gameplay. From manning a turret B in a dogfight over Europe to sneakery 2ing through POW camps solid Des Snake style to Steve McQueen's UND daring cross-country bike escape. Tag on, but you're not restricted to playing as old Steve in Escape. The 8-game switches up playable characters as you work through the story GHLY and has you playing the events that lead up to each man's initial caper, tour, and some earlier escapes they make. This variety keeps the game fresh and makes you want to keep us going just to see what you'll be doing next. If there's one thing about The Great Escape that'll turn people off, it's the stealth bits. Sneaking about with guards patrolling the premises often ends up testing your patience. Remember, this is the 1940s, so you won't find any type of Metal Gear Solid radar system in place. It's up to you to scout each area and figure out where the guards are going and looking, as well as the searchlight's patterns. You'll get discovered often, and it's really difficult to successfully avoid capture when that happens, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't try The Great Escape. It's a good game, just flawed. Go out and rent it first. You may be surprised at how enjoyable it is. Greg Sort.
Okay. How much is, what's the rating they gave this? 3.5 stars as well. Okay. So 3.5 stars basically seems to translate to it's alright as a rental, but don't buy it. How about Soul Calibur 2? Well, we played the demo of this one, and I enjoyed it.
Cowboy CNODEYTAOE T equals a moment and think back on some of the real classics of gaming. You know, the Super Marios, the Tetrises, the Pac-Mans. Those games, although very different, have 3 similarities. First, They're immediately accessible, equals to anyone who picks them up, regardless of the player's level of gaming familiarity. Second, they offer an essentially flaw-free less gameplay experience. You know, where every action, straight face every motion, everything, BD feels absolutely perfect. And third, they're deceptively added _tithe. Whoever thought controlling a fat little plumber or stacking assorted blocks would capture the imaginations of a generation? Mention this because Soul Calibur IL shares these traits. And if you ask me,
I agree. I would
it's
say
its
of
own
the
right.
fighting games that I've
Never
played, this
mind
might be
that
one of
it's
the more
best
accessible
fighters
ones.
Ever made. It's one of the best games ever made. It all began with its pre-AAS 4/2/4 successor, Soul Calibur on Dreamcast. Considered to be the consummate fighting game, it's one of the few titles to ever receive perfect scores from such magazines
There's a
as
tourney
Japan's Famitsu
controversy
and our sister publication Electronic Gaming Monthly.
regarding
Unfortunately,
this game
because of the hardware it was on,
that resulted
Soul
in
Calibur
it
never
being
reached the
dropped from
audience it
Evo.
deserved.
As a result, the franchise
The
is
simple fact
basically
that
dead.
Soul
Oh, that
Calibur is
sucks.
now on PS2 with its massive installed user base speaks volumes.
So people just won't play fighting
Backslash.
games if they can't take them to Evo? And you wonder why I don't get into fighting games. It's because, well, for a variety of different reasons, but partially because their fans are all a bunch of elitist assholes. Like, I don't know. Maybe you don't have to, like, maybe, like, not every game has to be tournament worthy. Maybe just, like, play the game for fun or something.
Strict port of the previous installment would be enough to get excited over. 3 mean, the ability to play with the DualShock, the greatest controller ever, would make it worth the purchase. But Namco's done the near impossible by improving what was already the perfect fighting game. It's not the evolutionary leap some would have hoped for, but every portion of the game has been enhanced in some respect. Take, for example, the graphics. Soul Calibur IL doesn't quite deliver the same wow factor that the original did 4 years ago. But the visuals still blow just about every other fighting game's graphics out of the water. The animation is stunning, the backdrops are gorgeous, and the effects are better than ever. The character count hasn't increased all that much either, but at 23, do you really need more? Gameplay has also changed very little, and rightfully so, if you ask me.
They did make a couple of Soul Calibur games. What did they get to, like 6 or something? They kept it going for a little while.
Why mess with perfection? As with its predecessor, Soul Calibur IL feels so right. It's easy enough for anyone to pick up and have a blast with, yet it's also so deep that it could take you months to master the moves of
This
your
got a
favorite
perfect
character.
5. I agree.
Think this is what really sets SC
I'm not a massive
apart
fighting
from
game
most
fan,
other
and even
fighting
I like
games.
Soul Calibur.
It really does offer the best of both worlds.
They didn't really evolve too much beyond entries, and I guess that's ultimately why they don't make anymore, because it was horribly unbalanced, but
The
also...
game's at its best when you've got friends to go up against. The tournaments get pretty wild here at OPM, but even when you're playing solo, there's so much to do.
It's a relatively easy
The
game
weapon
to pick up and
master
play,
mode, in which you
unlike
defeat
literally
3
any other
challenges
fighter.
to unlock items,
Well,
is an
most other
absolute
fighters.
blast.
3D fighters, I would
Blast.
say, are better at the pick up and play
In
ability
BF4,
than
Evolution does
the
have
2D
SC2
ones.
beaten in this respect. There's a lot more to unlock and just
that require a
Gen 4
bunch of
only do
special
in that
moves
game.
that you have to,
But if
1,
you're like
memorize,
me,
and 2,
this
even if you
matters
do,
little.
they barely work half the
IR
time because the
playing
controls don't
SC2
work.
against the computer L is entirely rewarding. What else can say?
Like, I can put in the same
Soul
input
Calibur
5 different
is
times and get a
brilliant.
different response each
It's
time.
one of those extremely rare games that screams perfection. Fighting game fan or not, Soul Calibur IL demands a place in your gaming tea collection. Sorry Sega, but Namco has reclaimed its crown.
How about Virtua Fighter 4? Well, they were just saying Soul Calibur 2 is better, but is this much worse? Answer no, because I think I played this.
Publisher, Sega developer, Sega AM2MSE were pretty bold in our why of Virtua Fighter 4 last year, even going so far as to proclaim it the best fighting game ever made on our April 2002 cover. Soul Calibur 2, sitting pretty over there on the other page, is the only game to really challenge that claim, and this month, we've had a hard time. Are comparing the two. To make things that much more complicated, Sega has gone and done the unimaginable and has achieved two fairly incredible things. 1. It has improved upon the original VF4 by tweaking the graphics, adding 2 new characters, Go the Judoka and Brad the Muay Thai kickboxer, going. Nuts with a new quest mode that offers zillions of unlockables. There are now 1,500 things to unlock, and throwing in some insane AL fighters modeled on Tokyo's best VF4 players. 2. It's J releasing this version as the C greatest hit release of VF4, meaning you get all this for half the price of the original game. Soul Calibur IL was facing a strong defending champion with P the original game, but Evo makes a very compelling case for itself. Ultimately, both games are so damn good, it's a tough call to say which really is the best. For my taste, think SC2 is a more enjoyable game, but that's just a reflection of my personal feelings on the issue. If you're 5 really hardcore, you may feel differently. Don't want that statement to belittle the quality of Evo either, because it really is an incredibly impressive game. All of the things that made us go gaga over the original VF4 still won't stand. Its controls are near as, damn it, perfect, and the connect, tying you feel between yourself and your fighter makes a game like Tekken 4 look like it's just fooling around. Last year, we said the learning curve of discovering the more elaborate moves is intuitive and EB certainly not too crazy, and that still stands with this version. You can play Evo on many different T levels. It's possible to get by as a button masher, but you're never going to be really good unless you study your chosen character and take some time to think about the way you fight. All the games, characters have a definitive style and rhythm to their fighting, and after some experimentation, you'll gravitate toward a particular character because he or she feels just right. The 2 new characters expand on this potent style, but still dig the returning characters, even a year later. What's interesting, though, is that if you were a big fan of the Previ, TS release, your favorite fighters now have an expanded array of moves that cover
We were talking about
attacks,
Soul Calibur
counters,
2,
and
Kagurumi.
defensive moves. One of the most impressive things about the game is that there's just so much of it. The quest mode is huge and has all those unlockables, and the training mode is so packed SS with cool /3 Legion 0 you'll actually / I want to sit a through them why, and learn the game in minute detail, assail \A in CCO, then, of course, / there's the versus mode, which, given the right kind of friends, / can destroy a seriously /C large amount of your free time. Train yourself playing solo, but the real fun is finding someone of similar ability and just playing and playing and playing. Time will simply disappear. A lot is being made of the fact 13 that Evo looks much better than UVF4. For me, the previous game looked pretty freaking impressive to start with, so I'm not really sure what all the fuss is about. That said, Sega tells us there are no longer any jaggies in the graphics. Think you have to be wearing your extra special nerd glasses to really notice, especially if you're using a fairly good television, but whatever. If that 3 kind of thing is important to you, you can sleep easy knowing that this is slightly better looking than the $40 game. John Davison Nat A, +1 TTT.
Okay. So both are pretty good. I've played both and they kind of are. Simpsons Hit and Run. This is a surprisingly decent game. Despite Simpsons not especially having a particularly great track record. It's a good, almost like GTA, but rated T sort of game, is what I've heard. I haven't played much of it.
Don't watch television, as a general rule. I'll flip it on when I'm feeling bored or when need to turn my brain off for a while, but there's nothing I'm particularly committed to watching on a weekly basis. There's just one exception, The Simpsons. Sunday nights are an event at my house, and missing a new episode feels sort of like forgetting my mom's birthday. It just ain't right. I'm telling you this because liked Hit and Run a lot, but your mileage may vary depending on your Simpsons fandom quotient. Part of this is a result of the near limitless array of in-jokes and episode references sprinkled throughout this virtual version of Springfield. You'll plow through a field of tobacco, pass billboards advertising the new area codes, and take a shortcut through the Stonecutter's hidden tunnel. You'll drive Marge's Canyonero, Professor Frink's hover car, and the monstrosity Homer designed for his brother's car company. And you'll
There's a lot of good
require
Simpsons
you to
throwbacks.
collect
That's actually kind of
flat meat
cool.
For Cletus, round up monkeys for Dr. Nick's experiments, or chauffeur comic book guy as he races another nerd to be the first to register his disgust about the new McBain film on the internet. There are more goodies here than even a die-hard fan could possibly digest in a single sitting. The best part about the game, though, is that it's the first Simpsons title that approaches the entertainment value of the show itself. While there's a great deal of episode referencing going on, there's also loads of new dialogue, recorded, of course, by all the actual voice actors from the show. One of the funniest segments is when Bart walks you through the controls of the game, all the while making asides about what a crappy job it is to have to do the tutorial in a video game. The result is that, in spite of the problems,
I don't like when games are
genuinely
I don't like when games are self-referential like that, especially when it's you're acknowledging that it's bad and yet you continue to do it anyway. The Scream franchise of movies is very bad about that. They'll make an entire movie about how, sequels are never as good as the first. The sequel was not as good as the first. And then they keep, milking up the franchise. It's up to Scream 7. No, that's a genuine problem. That's a genuine, actual problem to make 7 entries in one movie instead of using that energy to come up with a new idea. It hamstrings creativity, and it's bad, and it shouldn't be done. And they know that it shouldn't be done because they're
because they reference the fact that it shouldn't be done, and yet they fucking do it anyway. Anyway, that's my mini rant. I hate when games are self-referential like that, especially when it's like a genuine problem that should be corrected. And instead of correcting it, they just acknowledge the problem and do it anyway.
LFSYSI attaining experience, generating by more laughs than, say, just about any first season episode. But the game does have problems. Chief among them is the fact that there are really only a handful of mission types: race, it follow, chase and destroy, and I'll collect. That's pretty much it. The three specifics change from mission to mission, but the general frame work is depressingly monotonous. This is compounded by the fact that, while there are 49 main EOC missions spanning 7 levels, the game takes place in only 3 locations, with mainly cosmetic differences between them. The good news is that there are scads of collectible items scattered throughout each level, giving those of you with an obsessive collective disorder something to keep you busy until the next season starts.
Alright, how about... What is this? We've got Hunter the Reckoning. I think they were just talking about this game. They were advertising it earlier.
Hunter, the Reckoning Wayward publisher, and one Simploy developer, FO Voltage MSRP, 0 ESRB, Con. If you blinked last year, you probably missed Interplay's release of the original Hunter, the Reckoning on Xbox and GameCube. I'll admit I'm right there with you. Wish could say that playing the PS2 sequel, Wayward, makes me want to grab another system to see what the first game is all about. It doesn't. It's a weird thing, too, because the concept is right up my alley. I mean, a hack and slash based action RPG set in a world of zombies, vampires, and werewolves. What's not to like? It even provides some great atmosphere, with the dark mood set perfectly by sharp graphics and realistic sound effects. A couple times, actually thought heard it raining outside. It was just the surround sound. But the gameplay? Not only do you have to fulfill stupid mission objectives, destroy headstones in a graveyard, the same one on this month's demo disc, to find data CDs, you
I would
find
not
yourself
mind
returning to
getting
the
a
same
surround
area
sound
multiple
system.
times to fulfill other stupid mission objectives. Even worse, fixed camera angles.
Problem is the
exploration
TV
of
that I
the
have in my
wide open
living room doesn't
environments,
have any like
leading to
outputs for
5-minute
that.
levels that
It doesn't have like an
frustratingly take
optical, it
30
doesn't have a
because you
headphone
can't
jack,
find
you
that
can't
one
plug
newspaper
anything really
kiosk
into
to
it.
destroy to find the item you need. And good luck beating some of the levels by yourself. Some are downright next to impossible outside of co-op mode. Think Kansas summarized it best. Don't carry on with Wayward, son. Well, something like that, Chris Baker.
That game got a 3.5. Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
WD1, Real Fishing Eel Publisher, OTC. C1
They were just
developer,
talking about how good this
CIC
game is.
MSRP $559 ESRB. One probably most fishing games these days DVOBA tend to lean heavily toward the MSR of the arcade variety that brought Sega on base fishing for Dreamcast such ITM success. But the real Fishing World series has always been in a class star L by itself, and this, the first next north of generation version, is no different to i.e. it's not just that real fishing skill and is more of a simulation than other of a use fishing games, although it most now EY certainly is, until you get the hang samai of moving your lure properly and while setting your hook well, you can lit had yes. Or only spend an entire session drive vides without catching a single fish however, but the game is more than a right-up fish catching simulation, it's a perfect simulation of the whole fishing time odd experience. Sounds odd, no. Of BS just but real fishing is as much about it's the atmosphere of fishing as it is OT about bait and reel and line, the ID strength. The game puts you into sore at these spectacularly photorealistic tell-me environments, gets rid of all the with seed to screen clutter, and surrounds you real self with the sounds of nature, and ulti mean that literally, this is a fishing game with surround sound. Once you catch your fish, you can take it ration back to the lodge, keep it fed and TS happy, and watch it grow. No kid that ding. With this presentation, you could be forgiven for thinking the actual act of fishing is almost secondary. And Idison. You need to know your ING stuff, or learn it from the game's app tutorials, to catch anything here imposed that can prove frustrating, as can the artificial requirements for advancing to new locations. But it's such a pleasant experience otherwise that can't really complain. Joe Rubicki.
And it gets a wait. Yeah, 4 out of 5. All right.
MSRP $107, ESRB, Ox-T is the game no one asked for based on the movie no one liked that starred Mark Wahlberg and Ed Norton. The Italian Job's reason to be is simply to try and squeeze some dollars out of a summer movie that was nowhere near as successful as some people apparently hoped it would be. It's as though Climax had just cracked out a mediocre driving game and IDOS somehow managed to pick up the rights to the flick from Paramount.
Everyone had this game, The Italian Job. Everyone had it.
And a bag of peanuts.
And apparently it wasn't all that
It's
good.
Like a feeble attempt at a
At least
mission-based
according to this guy.
driving game. Think Midnight Club or Driver or something. Guess it's hard to tell since it's so half-hearted, with Mini Coopers thrown in.
You thought the
for
video game was better than the movie? Well, nobody saw the movie and everyone bought the game. So I think they were inclined to agree with you. I mean, apparently you were in the majority. A lot of people owned this game. I remember, I think my friend had this game. I don't know, I just thought it was like a really generic driving game from what I remember. I don't think I ever really put much thought and attention into it, though.
The story is essentially a badly scripted.
But there were like so many games exactly like The Italian Job, and everybody bought every single one of those as well.
Drive the minis here, it says. Oh no, now drive them here. Okay then. Now drive 3 more of them back over here again. What? What was wrong with where they were earlier? In a pathetic attempt to spice things up a bit, the game also features a rating system based on the stunts you perform. Seeing as these stunts seem to involve nothing more elaborate than simply falling off the curb in a controlled manner, you often find yourself being awarded a bonus for something you had no idea you'd done in the first place. Coupled with this system is the game's annoying tendency to make you get stuck on certain parts of the environment, e.g. Men. Seeing as every mission in the game is against the clock, being suddenly attached to a tree or a lamppost is far from conducive to good gameplay. At the end of each chunk of story, you're given a rating based on your performance. It rattles off a long list of different criteria this rating is based on, but ultimately it all seems inconsequential. Getting a passing grade for a level is really just prolonging the agony. You can, of course, not bother with the story, but what's the point of that? There's a stunt mode, which would be good if not for the aforementioned environment sticking problem, and there's a free roaming mode that is nowhere near fun enough to justify even existing in the first place. This is not a good game. John Davison.
Damn. He didn't like it, but everybody else seemed to. ESPN NFL football. Weird that this was in the preview section and the review section. I don't know. Were they just like trying to pad it or something?
EYLEATEPEOEAST year, Sega had the ESPN license for NFL 2K3, but it didn't do much with it. Beyond a logo and a bottom line to update you on the latest scores, there just wasn't very much associating the game with the total sports network. Well, you need only look at the name of the game formerly known as NFL 2K4 to realize this just isn't the case anymore. And unlike almost every other sports game bearing the network's name in the title, ESPN NFL Football won't disappoint you. As soon as you make it to the main menu screen, the ESPN-ness of it all hits you as the camera. Any pans about a 3D rendering of the L2K3 NFL Countdown Studio. Choose with your teams, and Chris Berman fills and line you in on the strengths of each horse, club, picks a key player, and even Sosai plays Swami with a prediction. From there, it's no-name announced airs as usual, but their comp game tend enough not to seem out of zero place. Boomer chimes in again at any halftime to fill you in on the highlights, something he doesn't do at ENET, the end of a game. And NFL aside from the ESPN Associate tie-in, you can't beat the presentation that Visual Concepts INES visually conceptualizes for us. RA, whether it's fans in the stands all painted up in team colors, great-looking players fraternizing on the sidelines, the use of a telestrator during replays, or just the superior crowd noise, ESPN easily tops Madden in the presentation department. It's got a lot going for it during gameplay, too. After you've chosen your place 7 from a selection menu that's more user-friendly than Madden's, it's the same equals JS solid action you've come to expect from PYFL1 Sega. AX football games. The play animations are beautiful and accurate. Ricky Williams helps push his blockers forward when he has nowhere to go, for example, and the player AL feels spot on. Also like charging up for a more powerful juke or spin move by holding down X, even if I'd rather use the button for a constant speed boost, as in Madden. However, my running game experience seems a bit inconsistent. It's usually either a loss of 2 or a gain of at least 6. And not trusting your running game can make winning something of a chore. If you don't win, your owner won't be too happy in franchise mode. Expect to hear about it in your email inbox, along with injury reports, trade offers, etc. In managing this sort of stuff, don't be surprised if you spend as much time not playing football as you do out on the field. Furthering this cause is the crib, your virtual home. And you can proceed to decorate it with all sorts of NFL memorabilia earned by accomplishing tasks during gameplay.
That's pretty
you can
cool.
even earn the right to play mini games like Air. Hockey. Win or lose, you want to keep playing games just to see what cool things you'll be able to unlock next. Yet, with all it has going for it, ESPN still feels like it's missing something. It drives me crazy trying to figure out what that something is, and this is all can come up with. It lacks that certain oomph, get out of EA football. Still, can see why a lot of gamers might prefer ESPN. If you've always been one of these people, you still will be. And if you haven't yet experienced Sega's brand of football, it's definitely worth a taste test. Who knows, you might just end up with a new favorite football game. PR per.
How about Madden NFL 2004? He was going on about how, in many ways, like, the ESPN was better than Madden. Let's see if this is that much worse, or indeed roughly about the same.
If you're like me, you're getting kind of bored with Madden. Oh, not in a bad way, mind you. You're just tired of the fact that the franchise manages to top itself every year. Can't Tiburon do something to screw it up? Some ill-advised new direct tie-in to lead it, so you as a reader have something unexpected to take in during this review, and as a critic can enjoy lambasting it? No. Instead, you're stuck there reading a bunch of boring or relentless praise. Just like always. So here goes. If you've played Madden on PS2 at all, you know about its fantastic core gameplay. Passing feels right, the running game functions as well as you can hope for, and the AL generally responds properly. Yep, so the game of football you get with Madden NFL 2004 is just as great. JERR. As ever. What's new? Actually, there is something new that, as you may have guessed, yawn, only improves the action. In the greatest innovation for the right analog stick since Ape Escape, you can use the usually useless DualShock appendage for Playmaker control, which essentially calls Audi.
Wow. Even by 2003, the second stick was basically useless. They didn't know that you could just, like, use it for camera controls. Like people were doing on the N64 since it came out. I don't know why that was such a foreign idea to PlayStation users.
Well.
Like, the N64
Once
was
the
using it for
pigskin is
camera,
hit,
why not
use
just
the
use
right
it to control the
analog
camera?
To alter your closest receiver's route. On defense, react immediately to the play by sending your backs to either pursue the run or anticipate a pass. Just as you'd freaking expect, It works brilliantly. Big surprise. And Tipperone couldn't settle for improving only Madden's core gameplay. Nope. It had to go and add considerable depth to the franchise mode by making you a team owner. Now, for as many as 30 seasons, you partake in a veritable football RPG, doing everything from hiring and firing coaches and building a new stadium. And
So it
doing
becomes a
building,
management
you
sim as
created
well?
from the
They
ground up
added...
in one of 17 billion
They went and
different
did
ways,
both in the
from
same
moving
game.
the team and establishing the price of a hot dog. John Madden likes hot dogs. He also likes to provide color commentary to Al Michaels' once again fantastic play-by-play. It's all part of the stellar, polished presentation you've come to expect in Madden. And they've even gone and improved this aspect with more interesting replays, some of which you see on the play selection screen, in between the offensive and defensive formation lines. Must I say, however, that some of the between plays player animations they've used for years could use a facelift. Hey, what VA4? And well, it was probably the easiest 0B thing to complain about. Well, it has got one. Now, you and your pals can participate in online tournaments and chat live via headset. There's even a cheater filter to keep the morons out there Hanel est, and you can get credit for a J win even if your opponent pulls the plug. Madden 2000.
Where's the canon music from Might and Magic
anyway.
on NES?
Tipperones, SS gotta go and give us a new greatest NFL game ever made. Again. And they'll probably do it again next year.
Yeah, you've asked about this before, and yeah, it is a very good rendition of canon. I'll see your ass in hell, Pachelbel. Designia! I know this game, people didn't tend to really like it when it came out.
More than just G publisher, Atlas developer, Nippon Ichi MSRP.
Oh, this entire game has some really good music.
ESRB, teen-owned bad games are SS bad, but others have a good game struggling to break out. Rhapsody on PS1 is an example of the latter.
Whoa!
Its winning cast of characters and lighthearted story is dragged down by the absence of challenge or gameplay. Developer Nippon Ichi has improved with every attempt since then, and Atlas has given it a second chance by releasing Disgaea, The Hour of Darkness. It's Nippon Ichi's best game to date, and it fulfills the developer's early promise.
Damn,
The
going
humor and NR.
brutal on Rhapsody, of all things. How can you hate Rhapsody? I guess because, well, they said it wasn't very challenging, which is fair, but also, like, does it need to be? Designia, an SRPG you play either to grind 1,000 hours or for the cute and funny story. Yeah. Or Disgaea. I mean, not Designia. That's a different game. I mean, if it's by the Rhapsody people and Atlas USA, it does sound pretty good. Although I don't like the endless grind
WTN Ness
idea.
Storyline is something that the developer already has down pat, so naturally,
Atlas USA.
Mm-hmm.
The star of the game is Laharo, who overslept 3 for so long that rival demons started vying for his late father's throne in the Netherworld. With the
I mean, that
help of
alone
his
makes
master
Rhapsody a good
Vassal
game.
and Flan,
The Atlas
an
USA.
inquisitive Angelov in training, he begins the task of showing all claimants who's really the boss of the underworld. If you liked Oakage, its Shadow King, There's a similar vibe here, stemming from wacky elements like an assassin too polite to carry out her duty and a bunch of hapless penguin flunkies prone to exploding. The extra-dimensional setting powers both of Disgaea's innovations on familiar strategy RPG elements. A dark assembly of demonic senators
You can
presides
bulldoze
over
the game
many
without
aspects
even
of the
leaving.
game
Yeah.
and character creation. Battlefield conditions, and the quality
I
of the
said
shops
either
in your home
did.
castle.
Oh,
To get senators to see things your way,
the
you have to
100%.
either bribe
The grind
them
is
with
100%
goods or bring them
optional.
in by
Oh.
force. Equally important is the item world, which allows you to treat every
Maybe I need to
item
do a
in your
one-off of
possession
Disgaea,
from a pack of used
then.
gum to the most powerful sword in the
If it's
FDM,
by the
has
Rhapsody
its own
people, it
pocket
has to be at
diamond,
least somewhat
shone with
good.
Dozens and dozens of battlefields.
And they're saying it's significantly
By
better,
defeating
so
floors
maybe.
of each item, you can open up options to manipulate some of its statistics. The result is an extremely robust and flexy.
I guess I could say, like, well, two flaws for Rhapsody. One, it is kind of easy, and two, even disregard it. Well, it's easy, but there's like a challenge option, so you could make it hard if you wanted it to. I mistakenly played the entire game on easy, and I regret doing that because it was basically brain dead, but I think the other issue is that, like, it has the veneer of an SRPG, except the strategy doesn't really amount to a whole lot. So it's almost kind of like they maybe shouldn't have even done that if they weren't going to flesh it out a bit more.
Wobbly item creation system, and
Even at
one
max
that offers
difficulty, game is
hours
easy.
upon
Fair
hours of
enough.
gameplay beyond the main story. Not that the main game is lacking. One of the most come improvements upon J Rhapsody is the presence of some real difficulty. Battlefield layouts, like running a gauntlet of 17 warriors, require real thought and planning to maneuver past, and you'll probably find yourself just barely eking out a victory against some of the tougher challenges. Disgaea isn't all good, of course. In terms of graphical prowess, the developer is like a kid who refuses to dip a toe in the deep end of the pool after learning how to swim. The sprites are well animated, and the large character portraits get a generous range of expressions, but the 3D environments are serviceable at best. The well-localized text is also marred by poorly voiced English dialogue. Fortunately,
It's like
Disgaea
calling
is
the
another in the
Trials
trend of
games
bilingual games,
SRPGs.
so you can listen to
Yeah,
the
that's what I was
Japanese
saying, is
vocal
like
track
they
on
have
top
that
of the
veneer
well-done
to
Danny
them, but they don't
Elfman-inspired
really go
score.
further with it.
3. The fact that a small developer can produce something this polished is impressive, and the fact that Atlas saw fit to publish Asterisk, it here is heartwarming. Even if there were a wealth of strategy RPGs on PS2, genre fans could do much worse than Disgaea. Heat Beach Volleyball Publisher /CLZ/7 Developer. Acclaimed Studios Cheltenham MSRP $7,999 ESRB. Team my first half hour with Summer Heat Beach Volleyball. Contrary to what Kylie Minogue subliminally tried to tell me via song every single time started a match, was anything but love at first sight. No camera angles worked well for me, and all the different colored arrows on
You want
the
an
court
actual
only led to
RPG
confusion.
and
did
standard
really need controls as
JRPG
complex as these for an arcade volleyball
hybrid.
game?
Try Arc the
Soon
Lad
enough,
games.
though,
We were
something
just
clicked.
talking about
Started
what
to
Arc
get
the
it,
Lad
camera
3.
worked well, the arrows suddenly
But
made
yeah,
sense,
Arc the Lad is
controls
one that
felt
I do
natural,
want to.
and legitimately started to enjoy
Arc the
myself
Lad
by
is one that I do
counterpart and surprisingly
plan on
made
getting
quite the
to at
team,
some
as she
stage.
was every bit
Maybe I'll
as
do a
capable
one-off
a
of that
player as Anne
in
usually
the
moved
future,
to the ball
but
like she would if she were a human
it's on my
being.
list. Just
If a
not
mistake
like
was
the
made,
immediate
it was usually by me.
high on my list.
Also liked hearing the players communicate in voices consistent with their nationality. Subtle but nice. Wanna know the most surprising thing about Heat? It isn't gratuitous, and we're talking the publisher of BMX XXX here. Sure, it features plenty of bikini-clad V-ballers, but that comes with the culture of the sport. Besides, you've got just as many buff dudes to choose from. There are no suggestive hugs like in GameCube's Beach Spikers, and no scenes of players feeding strawberries to each other, as in Xbox's DOA, Extreme Beach Volleyball. It actually focuses on solid gameplay. What a concept, Chris Baker.
And they gave that 3.5 out of star. Oh, wait. Yeah, 3.5 out of 5. All right. I do like the reviews that they have in the game. It does seem like they are a little bit shy to appease the publishers, as noted by, like, how a game they clearly absolutely hated will still get a 2 out of 5. Like, they clearly hated Italian Job, and they only gave it a 2 just to appease the publisher, and I mean, that kind of sucks, but otherwise, I would say, like, the actual words in the reviews are totally fair, even if you disagree with them.
RRCT Motocross Mania 2 publisher.
You dropped
Developer
Arc the
MSRP,
Lab 3.
5000 ESRB,
It put you to sleep
very
on
THO,
stream.
surprisingly full-featured
Seems okay,
racer
but
keys,
it's
got a
slow and
simple bike
grindy
aesthetic
and
even a
boring.
track
Yeah.
editor. Too bad it looks like it was surgically extracted from the bowels of something that crawled the ass of something. I died there. J.R. Nas 2231 OI copyright EC and NNI equals OE8 OEELE B equals B ETT. Slots publisher 7C developer MSRP 59.99 ESRB. Fury 1 page 8 of the slots manual state all prizes are fictitious. That about sums up all I have to say. Sure, like slots as much as the next guy, and this game has nearly 50 different types, but all prizes are fictitious.
Dead or Alive
So
did
what about
best
that?
beach volleyball game. Yeah, I've heard that one is pretty good. And then Blaster. I don't know what the hell that is. That is a very generic title.
Borat CIT, you still can't buy a GunCon 2 without picking up one packed in with
Oh.
Namco Gun Games. Time Crisis IL is the only one worth buying. The blaster acts as a solid substitute, though, with fine accuracy.
Oh,
and
it's
good feel,
it's not
especially
even a
when using
game.
the
It's a
rounded D-pad.
it's a
Z.B.
light gun. Neat.
RRR 5.4 GMESCREN manufacturer. VAT at MSRP $4,959. You know how the PS1 LCD screen makes all those old games look better? How games that looked horribly pixelated on your television look
Oh,
smooth
so now
all
they're
of a
just
sudden.
reviewing accessories.
It's like the PS1
Apparently
games
they can just
magically
do
make a
that
leap to
as-
PS2
I guess they do that as well.
5.4 game
This is
screen
an
does something
interesting-
a little bit like that, only in reverse. It makes PS2 games look like PS1 games. Don't know that I've ever seen an LCD screen that looks worse than this beast. It starts off by giving your games a washed out, almost old-timey look. Then it ups the
I
ante with a
just saw
random pixel
something
jam
kind of
over
like
the
this.
entire screen.
It was
Next, it lovingly
James,
embraces the image your game
James's
is generating
channel.
in such a
I
way
think
that
that's
it
just what
seems
it's called,
reluctant
James'
to let
channel.
it go,
He reviews a
resulting in
lot of
full-screen ghosting effect that would be
obscure
cool
game
if it didn't
accessories,
look
and he
like
just
crap.
reviewed something like
If dropped
this.
full price on
And
this thing,
yeah,
I'd
it looks
probably never
pretty
be
dire.
able to buy anything again because I'd be so paralyzed by buyer's remorse. It's not all bad, though. The sound isn't the worst I've ever heard, and installing the unit on top of your PS2 is a simple matter that literally takes just a few seconds. It even looks nice sitting there, provided it's not actually on, of course.
To be fair, I think
even
most
so,
LCD
have to
screens
wonder
kind of
why
looked
you
like
want
shit
one of these
around the
units in
time.
the first place. Since it runs off an AC adapter, it's not like it's significantly more portable than a television. And for the same price, you could get a television that is much bigger, much nicer, and much kinder
Oh,
to
there's your
games.
1 star.
Joe Rubicki.
The sound was good, though. But it looks like so much shit that it doesn't even matter. Oh man, third-party controllers for the PS2 were always a crapshoot. Honestly, though, I've never had really bad luck with third-party controllers. I even bought like Mad Catz ones, and they were alright, I think.
Predator Wireless Manufacturer /
I've never understood the
MSRP,
negative
$3,095. This is
connotations
one of
with
the more comfortable
Mad
third-party
Catz.
controllers
I mean,
I've
I
come
understand
across,
them, I just
even
never
though
agreed
it
with them.
has drastically indented R2 and L2 but tons, a configuration that usually bugs the hell out of me. It also has that satiny finish that is becoming popular these days. On top of the comfort factor, it's wireless. I'm assuming it's 900 megahertz, in spite of, or perhaps because of, the fact that it doesn't divulge its transmission frequency anywhere in the packaging or press material. For a $40 product, the response is pretty quick and the range is pretty solid. You won't be playing from down the block, but really, why would you want to? The base unit also includes an infrared receiver, so you don't have to fill another slot on your PS2 with a DVD remote receiver. To which say, okay, whatever. Knock yourselves out. It's a nice thought, but not exactly a selling point. I'd be a lot more enthusiastic about this controller, though, if it weren't for the fact that the D-pad seems seriously screwy. It doesn't seem to want to settle on one direction, tap right and left, and more often than not, it'll move up or down as well. That's going to make things pretty damn frustrating in games that require
I mean, I like
any
that
kind of
D-pad
D-pad
configuration
decision.
more
It's not a
so
deal
than the
breaker, though,
standard
since the
PS2
comfort
one.
factor is high enough that you could conceivably
Still don't
overlook
like the
the
broken
D-pad
up
issue.
D-pad. I don't know why
Besides,
Sony
most
insists
games
on
rarely
doing
use the
that when
D-pad
the
for anything
patent on the
important
good
these days.
D-pad has long since
You
expired.
could do a lot worse for the price, that's for sure. NMBR.
PlayStation D-pads have always been terrible. Like, oh, I want something that's broken up so that it cuts into my thumb. Like, it was always a terrible idea. Even, like, Sega was doing better D-pads at that time, and their D-pads weren't great either. Well, the Saturn one was, but, that's kind of the exception. Splashdown. Rides Gone Wild.
Wow. 35,277 Wii. Query 1, LL admitted. Wasn't terribly excited about Rides Gone Wild, aka Splashdown 2. The developer took my favorite feature of the original game, the stunning, almost photorealistic environments, and threw it out the window. This sort of thing happens to me all the time, see, bombastic. I'm starting to get used to it. Anyway, was a fool for doubting Rainbow, because not only has the developer delivered a solid racer and a satisfying sequel, it's gone well above and beyond the call of extreme sports racing duty. How, you ask? 2 words: Downtown Downpour. I've been pleasantly surprised with all the levels up to the point when encountered this 1, 5 or SI tracks into the career mode on pro difficulty. Immediately cut out of career and jumped into this level in the free roaming practice mode. This is quite possibly the coolest level have you seen in any kind of racing game. It's like the designers looked at the SSXs and Jet X20s of the world, snickered, and said, "Okay, boys, step aside and let us show you how it's done." You won't find any screens of Downtown Downpour on this page because don't want to spoil it for you. But let me give you a little teaser. Imagine being stuck in a small river town in the midst of a very, very bad flood, with nothing but a sea dew to keep you occupied. It rocks. I'm also very pleasantly surprised by a concept originally thought would be pretty hokey, the storytelling aspect of the T levels. Turns out, this is often more entertaining than not, and isn't half as distracting as D expected. Each level evolves as you go through it. Usually, the second lap gives you a little taste of what's to come, and then on the third lap, they really try to wow you. On the whole, it works. Graphically, the game is gorgeous. There's an undeniable J-shift into an over-the-top cartoony style that's quite a departure from the original game. What's surprising is how good it has turned out. Was expecting something along the order of Ollie, the other extreme racing T games, but there's some real style here. Some of the best K-looking levels even have a look W that approaches cell shading. There's also a ton more of this game than the original. More tracks, more modes, more riders, more everything. Plus, Rainbow brought back the SYSNG TEM it used in ATV Off-Road Fury 2, which allows you to open up everything by buying new. Do items with points. You can still open things up by beating our career mode and meeting other Y goals, but you don't have to do it that way if you don't want to.
Game looks pretty decent.
So, lots and lots of stuff to like about Rides Gone Wild. My only complaint is that there aren't more levels like as Downtown Downpour, more levels that blow the doors off your expectations.
Alright, good night, Renee.
There's a lot of hen innovation, but there's also a lot of run-of-the-mill cartoons. Racer cliches, the ice level, the pirate ship, the haunted castle, and so on. A few cliches aren't enough to miss this game, though, not by a long shot. Lick Joe Rubicki ADOBBD.
Replay, what is that?
You game names in Arena indicate a greatest hits title. Ratings in red indicate a 5-star score. A number indicates its rank in the top-selling games for each system. Copyright hack /
Right,
infection Bandai Ref 65 extra dungeons. Pay attention to the OVA packed in with the game for some hints about special dungeons.
I'm not as interested in like tips and tricks stuff, but You can certainly read that if you're interested. Dot hack. What are the cheats for that? Flag racing. Selecting. Okay. I gotta play one of the dot hack games at some point. I don't really know where to start with that though. Tomb Raider, the Angel of Darkness. Tips and tricks, don't play it. They're worth a try, you think? Okay. I don't know which one to play, but I'll research that and maybe get to it on Saturday. Soul Calibur 2. Pick the one guy who's OP and instantly win the game, apparently. Silent Hill 3. I'm not as interested in the tips and tricks, honestly. So if any of these seem interesting, just pause and read, I suppose. Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Solid game. Midnight Club 2. Again, another game that every single person owned. The Later Here series. Dot Hack Go is what you played. Alright. Tons of early PS2 titles you never got to play. Got your PS2 2006 or 7 or so. Okay. It's simple to get into, but the game system wouldn't actually attract fighting game fans if it were actually simple. Yeah. Silent Line? I've never heard of that. Oh. Oh, it's an Armored Core game. I see. Oh, wow. Yeah, well, I guess that took up a lot of the thing. Siphon. Oh, so they have like a thing where like the readers can review the games. So you can actually see like what other people think of the games as well. That's actually a really cool feature.
Enter the Matrix, what you said. It's not surprising that the Wachowski brothers are gamers. Many of Enter the Matrix's features seem to come from someone who knows how it feels to waste $50 on a crappy game of your favorite movie. So how do you change all that? By getting fans more involved. A lot of work was put into doing exactly that, with the photorealistic graphics, massive and incredibly detailed levels, and even the actors themselves, not to mention the exclusive storyline and movie footage. The game isn't without its flaws. The animation, which is probably the coolest part of the game, is a bit choppy. The driving missions are a complete waste of time. I'd rather be shot 7 times in the chest like Neo than replay the hovercraft missions. It may not be as revolutionary as its movies, but one thing's for sure, movie licensed games will change because of it. Your score #% 3 Eli De Silva PS2 Mark 1189 at AOL.com.
And what do you say?
Mace Griffin Bounty Hunter, what you said. Mace Griffin lacks some seriously needed multiplayer support, has inconsistent graphics, and could use a lot more characters. But none of that changes the fact that mowing down huge numbers of aliens and bad guys with futuristic weapons never gets tiresome. It's a flawed game, but it's long, it's packed with a lot of action, and it's just plain fun. Definitely worth the $3.50 to rent. Your score #3 Brian McWalters Footballman FSI at yahoo.com. What we said, cool idea. Really lackluster execution. Our score #%. Tenchu, Wrath of Heaven, what you said. I'm tired of seeing people not giving Tenchu, Wrath of Heaven the respect it deserves. Out of all 3 games, the overall feel of this one is the best. Some levels are a bit easy, but that's what the difficulty settings are for. Each level has a different feel and challenge. There's a good mix. I hear all these complaints about pitfalls. The whole point of a pitfall is to be sneaky. If you were patient and observant like a ninja is, you would be able to easily see and avoid them. The fighting is a little simplistic, but think it does a great job for the kind of game it is. The only fighting you should do is against bosses. This game is great for what it is, a ninja simulator. Your score hashtag and percent Mike White Shadowrunner for
4 out of 5.
Link.net. What we said. For every moment of virile exhilaration you get from pulling off a series of stealth kills, you have to deal with a lot of shoddiness for much of the game. Our score hashtag percent.
Vex, the kind of pseudo-spiritual successor to Gex. I've heard it's pretty decent.
VXX what you said, think that Vex is a great platformer. The only real problems with it are the load times and the camera, but most of the platformers on PS2 have that problem anyway. And since y'all complain about how dark it gets when you use the sundial, let me help you out. There is a button on your TV called Menu. You can use that to then go to Brightness, and then you can turn the brightness up so you can
Damn.
see. Your score percent hashtag 3 mark Pepway P2032F at msn.com. What we said, at one point, even slid off the far side of a platform that was resting directly against a wall. It's a real shame, because I'm pretty sure there's a decent game underneath all the crap. Our score hashtag percent.
Damn. That one reviewer is just like, how dare you insult Vex? Like, dude, Vex is gonna be the hill that you die on. That's great. PSAT? Oh, yeah. Why won't it zoom out? Oh. Location. Oh, these are okay. Oh, they have like video game trivia. Okay. He seems rather vexed. Go to your room. Which of the following is not a location you travel to in Medal of Honor Rising Sun? Japan? Well, yes it is. Philippines? I would think so. Wait, where? Gloria? I don't even know what that is. Brunei? Oh, is that Brunei? I guess? I never knew that's how you spelled that. And then Singapore. Well, I would think Singapore, because that's, like, not really in that sort of East Asian area. I would think Japan and Philippines would be, like, the two for sure you would travel to, because Japan and then the Philippines are right next to Japan. Where does it say the answer? Maybe it says on the other page? I don't know. Number 2. Michael Ansel, director of Beyond Good. Oh, it says... Well, actually, wait. It would say, like, in the... So you can quiz yourself on the information in the magazine. That's cool. Unfortunately, I was not paying attention to any of this, but if you were, quiz yourself. VidBribbon has such good music. I wish they made like another game that was like VidBribbon. They made sequels to VidBribbon, but they played nothing like it. Okay. Well, that's cool that exists. Next month is SSX 3. And that's the end of the magazine. All right. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed that a lot. I admire how it went just beyond PlayStation game reviews. It did like DVD reviews and CD reviews, just like, well, it's a PlayStation, so it can play DVDs, so may as well review some DVDs you can watch on it. And it also plays CDs, so, I don't know, some CDs you can listen to with it. Had like some neat things that are just like random facts about SpongeBob and a trivia section at the end. It even like had like user reviews, so like if you disagreed with the review the magazine had, you can voice your opinions in the back. That's kind of cool. You can obviously just like write them in, and a lot of magazines do that. But like they also just have like a special place where you can review the game if you disagree. It's just be like, well, actually, I think Vex is the greatest platformer ever made. I mean the camera sucks, but the camera sucks on all PS2 platformers. So really, it shouldn't be a flaw, and it should continue to suck. I mean, well, anyway. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I might have to come back to this one at some point, but I think what I'm gonna do next week, I've been spending a lot of time on the PlayStation side, and I wanna get to like some British games. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna look at Crash Magazine. Crash Magazine, surprisingly not a PlayStation-themed magazine, not to be confused with a Bandicoot, but rather a ZX Spectrum magazine from back in the day. I think that even has some cover tapes. Well, I say that, I don't think I'll be able to actually get that running. Cover tapes are a little bit more difficult to emulate, but we get to... I keep saying that, like, a lot of European, especially British, computer games had a lot of really bad gameplay decisions that really hamstrung them. Well, in this magazine, we will see we will take a look at the method behind their madness. See why a lot of European games are the way that they are. Anyway, who we gonna raid? Who is live? Hey, Dragonstrap. I think someone in chat may have played that. Ronnie is live. Let's raid him. He is doing... looks like some sciencey shit. So, go raid.
All right, Saturday, Romboree. The weekly ROM review and roulette and request and curated stream. Sunday will be more Advance Wars 2, Black Hole Rising. Monday is going to be more Game Boy Advance games beginning with the letter M. We've taken a look at the Mario games. Might get some Mega Man, might get some Metroid. Who knows? We're gonna have a lot of games beginning with the letter M, though. We're already at part 3, and we're not even done with the games beginning with the letter M, the letters MA. So it's gonna take a while. Tuesday, Lunar, the Silver Star Story complete. I'm gonna be beating that game on Tuesday. And then Thursday will be Crash Magazine, the British ZX Spectrum magazine. So, thank you guys so very much for watching. He's gushing about Artemis. Okay, yeah, stands to reason. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Always super appreciated. Special thank you to my members, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, and LCX. And thank you to everybody for watching me tonight. Thank you, Arus218, Cerulean, DJ Ronnie G, LCX, Perumim Good Gamer, Orc War Chief Reviews, Renee W, Sir Jacob, Slim Nim, Verducci Man, and Nintendo Volts. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Good night. And thank you for going to my TED Talk. Bye, everyone.
It's the outro, and here's the outro freak. Freddy Freak of Intimidation, sweeping the nation, doing his thing by ways. If you wanna see more of me, become a member, watch some movies on LDM Cinema, play some games on Rum Roulette and Request. To be part of the community, join the Discord, talking about games, music, ROM requests, and more. Join now. That's all of the plugs that I've made. Thank you all for watching. Now let's raid!